Hope you're out of channel points now. Now that you've had your fill. The end of my soda. I want to get all the soda water out of here so I can put water in there. Anyway, Metronomic Live. Everybody go check them out. I saw them last night. Pretty good set. That one. I gotta start cleaning this up and getting parts over here. There's a little bit to do. We got our work cut out for us today. Gotta come up with some stuff. Gotta do some thinking. He's in New York City, so 2 hours away. 2.5. Depends on how you drive. And traffic. Mainly traffic. 2.5 hours away, New York City. I'm in Philadelphia. How about this infill pattern? It's a little weird. Kind of trippy. It's more dense, I think, than the hexagon. Maybe not. I don't know. It does seem like it's more dense, which makes for a nicer layer overall. This is a shifted print. This is the 14-hour print that was going to finish tonight. But, nope. We got to remake a bunch of this stuff, too. Redo the platen, clean up around here. We'll get the water cooling stuff going. There's a lot of stuff to build today. Because I got this print done. Bam! Here are the brackets we designed. Now you may say, hey, oh bother, aren't you just supposed to print 2 brackets? You'd be right. I'll tell you why I have 4 later. Ah, what was that? No, I need that not to get damaged. Jeez. I want these things. I'm running out of space. This is what I need to clean up. Why is that sitting uneven? Put it like this. It was making me nervous on the edge there. And these. 2 more of those. A couple of these. 1 of this. Some of this stuff. I might have to poop in the middle of the stream. Might be one of those streams. Might be one of those streams. Take a long break in the middle. We all gotta do it at some point, you know? Oh, chatty. Chatterino. What are you doing, Step Chatterino? There we go. Should be visible, but it's not. Probably needs a live message right now. Even though it is a window capture. Odd. Yeah, it's not up. What's going on with that? Oh, it's all the way up there. Okay, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I thought it was gonna appear down here. I'll readjust the camera to cater for it. That's a little better. Whew. All right. Yeah, streaming, working on projects, ready to go. Yesterday, the poop pump toilet was all fucked up, so I got a plumber in here. Actually, the plumber was scheduled a little bit ago, but for the past couple days, I've had like sewer smell down here just because the this house is built in the fucking 90s, and so the seal on the little poop pump. If you're below the sewer line, you have to have poop pumps in the basement, and so we got that. We got it on the utility sink, and then we have it on the bathroom, and the one on the bathroom just has a plate on the floor. It's got a bunch of bolts around it. And I probably could have just run a bead of silicone around it, but goddamn, would I rather pay somebody to do that than I have to put on like a respirator and do that crap. I just make the poops. I don't like to smell them. All right, let's see. Look at that camera. Oh my God, there's just stuff everywhere. Stuff everywhere. Yeah, I didn't know if there was any like damage to the pump or anything. Like maybe it was not sealing properly, or maybe the pump was dead. So they checked it out. And it's literally just the seal. It was just the seal. It's made in the 90s. Fuck 90s home construction, man. They were fast and loose with all the rules back then. Put my wire wrap or my breadboarding kits behind this camera here. I can deal with a lot of home repair stuff, but I just don't want to dredge around in a toilet bin. Also, the utility sink wasn't draining because the pump, in all their infinite wisdom, they put some kind of a filter screen on the pump, and apparently it had some kind of a goo on it. Not dealing with that. Not dealing with that. Not me, nope. Nope, no thank you. I'm good. I'm good. Alright, let's move out some of the old stuff over here. I don't need at the moment. Should probably start another bin for this, a bin that I will later organize, but I've run out of, I'm not buying beer by the crate anymore. I don't know where to put all the old parts. Put all the old parts. I gotta trim my beard, it's starting to get a little long. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I guess I could just put them aside. I could just throw them out too. God, but that makes a big pile of stuff that I gotta go through later. And that's just what we're gonna get here. Big pile of stuff off to the side. I had some ideas over the break, so I wanna get into some of those ideas. Get all these standoff parts away. Standoff parts going away. Standoff bin. Is that up here? I don't know. Still haven't gotten around to getting the freaking haircut that I meant to get. It's beyond time to get a haircut. Beyond time. Beyond time and space to get a haircut. That one should be missing. Good, good, good. Where are my standoffs? Where are my standoffs? They're there. One bin. Where's the other one? I think that's it. There's a bin of plastic standoffs. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so both of them should fit into these categories here. Get my glass of water too. Get thermals running for no reason. Why would you have thermals on your channel? Why would you do that? Why? Why don't you have a reason for everything? Thermals are currently on. So I just need to go to properties, boop, boop. Good. All right. That pure thermal webcam module's pretty good. Does a good job. When you put an enclosure around it, keep your dumb ass from constantly destroying the thermal camera. I also need to wash off all the scaling from all the water cooling stuff. That may not be a today thing. That's like a kitchen sink kind of thing. Cold. Cold. Oop. Cold water. Cold water. Cold water. All right. Organize this stuff. This has got to stay on the desk because we're going to need it. This is filtered water. I'm going to put it higher up so that it has more potential energy. Cool. That's a lot of whatevers. Microsieverts. No, that's not potential energy. Newtons. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. Cold water. Doesn't like playing with the toys. Hey, yeah, you know. There it is. No, the more potential energy it has, the more potential flavor it has. Look at it up there. Although it is in a basement, so I guess it's not doing as well as water that would just be in the kitchen in terms of potential energy. That could be very flavorful. This goes with the steering wheel. Oh, where'd that little plastic bag that I just tossed go? God damn it. I need it now. We'll use this little plastic bag. This one has wire nuts in it that I... Oh no, they're... valve caps. What am I doing with those? Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I put it up there. Valve caps, more like garbage. I'll get skull valve caps if I ever need them. They'll have skulls on them. Yeah. All right, so those need to go. These need to go at least like taped to the steering wheel case so that I know that those are the screws that hold it together. Just like that. Just boom. There we go. And that goes on the inside or the outside of the case for the steering wheel electronics. I had to remove them because I had to reprogram the microcontroller because we still weren't done that project when I put it away. There were a couple little tiny tweaks and tunes that I needed to do in the software in order to make that thing purr like a kitten. I don't know what to do with this random piece of plexiglass. This is Burn the Subs 1.0, but it just like takes up space. Put it down here. Okay, that's the floor. Whatever. Link to the code. Yeah, GitHub. Exclamation point Git. Git. You get out of here with your questions about code. Git. It's all in Python 3, and it runs off of several threads. So what you're going to look at first, or what you should look at first, is the main part of the code with the main thread in it. And the main thread shaves off several other threads that perform tasks. And that's basically how the code works. Those threads go off, they perform the tasks, they make sure that what they're doing is appropriate, and everybody's operating on this one database that we made in Peewee. No. It's on the Raspberry Pi. This Arduino right here runs GRBL. Gerbil. Now, in an Arduino, you would have a like a task manager, not a thread runner. But there is MicroPython. I think those run on slightly more capable microcontrollers, not the Atmega 328, the increasingly aged Atmega 328. This mix is awesome. I don't know if Metronomic is out there somewhere. He's probably still asleep because he streamed deep into the night. But holy crap, this is good. I like this. This is the prog house kind of stuff. Yeah, I've never looked at MicroPython. Luca decided to not destroy a toilet today. Listen, I am the harbinger of a fixed toilet. There's just a process of breaking the toilet before the toilet is fixed. You see there was a bomb scare at a Home Depot because somebody said they were going to blow up the bathroom. What's the difference? CircuitPython, is that like a semantic difference, or does it have different functions, or is it like a fundamental difference? Sorry, I don't know if you know that much. Just putting it out there. Yeah, I have some of those Pico Pies. Gotta do something with them eventually. They're different, don't know the details. Okay, that's fair. What's up, Groove? And some niceties. You're a nicety. Wait. Don't encourage him. All right. I'm just gonna organize a little bit here so that the desk isn't a current explosion. I don't know where, most of my water cooling gear is in one bin. Try to get all the pipes and stuff organized. I got stuff in the mail. CircuitPython is a fork of MicroPython. What? So CircuitPython, what, did they want to like spin off different features or different? It would either be functions or functionality, and I don't, you know. Maybe they just wanted to change a couple fundamentals about the language. I may need to order more of these but this is like, what, 5 meters? Yeah, 5 meters of that tiny little tube. Which, listen, I'm not a civil engineer. I don't know the equations on these things, but there is turbulence on the edge of the tube as water tries to flow through it. So the more I put out there, the harder it's going to be to pump. And it's probably not going to be flowing fast enough exactly to get a boundary layer. So it's going to be rough. I don't know if we'll be able to do it. That's why I bought, what, $10, $20 of silicon tubing. These things were $6, believe it or not, these little manifolds. And I got some ideas. I got some bad ideas, chat. I got some bad ideas with these manifolds. Bad ideas. They're real bad ideas. So we're just gonna get organized here and then I'll start up. It might be a little bit of a longer intro because I'm actually trying to like put stuff away. But we'll hang out. That's what we always do. We're good at that. We're good at hanging out. All of your Pico code is written in Rust? What the hell are you doing? We gonna whip out Ruby on Rails? What is wrong with you? Yeah, I coded it in a language where the only syntax is Ben Franklin. It's just all about the punctuation. That's really where the code is. And the white space. No, you're assuming that I know languages and frameworks. I don't. Rust is legit. All right. Well, I don't believe you. I think that's fake news. Isn't that how we do it these days? Everything you're allowed to declare is just fake. If you don't like it, I think so. Whoa! It almost spilled off because of my elbow. I don't want to keep those together. I'll just do this. Thumb screw. That doesn't fit into any of these categories. Damn it! Ah! I lost it. I almost immediately dropped it. I mean, these are technically maker beam size, but I do like to keep some of these parts separate so that I can find them again. Looks like I have to order new DB25s in order to make the I/O connector happen. And there's no, I mean, I'm not gonna pay for a really fancy quick disconnect that cuts off for the laser line. So that'll just be the double-sided thing. The double-sided connectors that I have here. So I'll have 2 from the control panel out to all of the drag chain, and then I'll have 2 more on the y-axis that I can unplug and drain from there. Draining the system is going to be kind of annoying, but it'll be doable. It'll be doable. I don't have to get too fancy. These are very small tubes. If they leak, it's like, oh well, you know? I have an uneven number of these fittings, by the way. These are specifically for the tube that I'm using, and I have an uneven number. So if which doesn't make any sense. I guess it does make sense if I got the pump here going into a fitting. Nothing else really needs the fit. I don't know. We'll see where we get to with that. We'll see where we get to with that one. Where'd those other fittings like this go? What I did with it? Oh, it's right here. Metronomic Live is the music that I got going on in the background right now. Guys, owe it to yourselves if you're awake when he streams, which I'm not, to check it out, because he does cool mixes in his New York apartment with a very nice view. Of course, I think he's moving to Austin, but it's actually pre-recorded. If you pay attention close enough, you'll see the same car go by. Cool thing about flying was seeing all of the activity in Phoenix. I was able, like, cause we were just the right distance to see the sort of like I think like downtown or like some kind of like densely packed residential part of Phoenix. And you can see all the activity out on the street, you know, where the cars on the side of the road and where the police were and stuff like that. Pretty cool. Yeah, this is the set last night. I was asleep. These are Raspberry Pi PCB hats that I don't think I'm going to be able to use in this project, because I think we're just going to go straight to a PCB that'll do all the interconnecting. I was going to try to outfit one of these with all the connectors that I needed to get all the signals in and out. I think it's probably better if I do a custom PCB so that I can open up stuff, you know, so that I can leave room for pipes to go out, so I can have all the right connectors with all the right pinouts and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe I am. I wouldn't know. The word database is like a bad word where I worked.
Many people are
I'm certainly not on a no-fly list. Oh, Uncle Phil just uncovered that we got a bit of a conflict here with our. Hold on, let me fix this.
That a lie is sweet in the beginning. And
Let's move slobs, Streamlabs. We can just center that. That wouldn't be bad. There you go. Thanks for subbing, Uncle Phil. Appreciate that. 7 months? What's the ETA on BTS? Your mom. I don't have any other answer for that. All right, so as a subscriber, by the way, your name is going to go on to a list. You're going to be on a list of people that I'm going to burn initially to the board in random order.
Am I missing something that could really help me?
Didn't realize Tomato played so much MSC. Whole fucking playlist on YouTube. Yeah, I linked it. There are like 5 streams, and then he did the thing that he does where the very last one he does just like super modded, but he didn't do the rally, which is what I'm gonna come back to my summer car on Saturday, and it might be the last time I stream it. Oh yeah, that's true. I could use transforms to center it. The project, much like the factory, must grow. The factory must grow. Well, the semi-last time, if you look at how many times Rabaz has played My Summer Car. Transform, center horizontally. There's no hotkey for that. Got it? He was only gonna do 3 videos? I vaguely remember that. And then he called one of the videos like the last, but it was like the 4th. Of like 600. That game has surprisingly emergent gameplay to it. Surprisingly emergent gameplay, mostly through just strife. It's mostly just strife leading to emergent gameplay. Kind of want to call it for this this connector. All our pinouts are going to be in the code. Yeah, that's it. Connector's dead. Trash. Goodbye forever. We'll go through the code when we design a PCB. How did I get away with these weird miscellaneous fasteners in this project? Where are those going? Bolognese cooking video? Oh, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. We shared that video early, and I saw it a while ago. Hey, look, man, I don't know what they're doing up in the northern parts of Sweden, man. Things get kind of crazy out there. They don't see the sun for a long time. It's bound to make somebody a little loopy. Put fucking ketchup and cream on their okay, nope. Not letting that into my headspace. Not letting that into my headspace. Oh, thank you. I told him the comment section would be a dumpster fire. I'll put the washers with these. I'll probably be annoyed that I did later, but I just need to get this stuff out of the way. I need to get this stuff out of the way. We need to do like water cooling stuff today, and it's going to take up a lot of space. We're going to check out the brackets that we 3D printed and everything. I'm I have the other 3D print. It's going right now. I didn't put any holes for all the connections in and out, so I might actually be on the hook to print that again. I might have to print that one again, but this time with all of the ins and outs catered for, which is annoying because it's a 15-hour print. But I want to remake the back plate, figure some stuff out with this, and then we can test our length of tubing. Put this one away. Actually, this is the clean one. We should probably use the clean one. And then we'll remake the back stuff. Unfortunately, I can't put the back panel up and together. That would be nice to have everything laid out logically, but we can't do that right now because I don't have the back plate fully printed. So I'm just fully disassembling everything. We're gonna piece it all together. Together.
Do you use anything in your hands for your job?
Bonk. Bonk. There you go. Metronomic Live. Good streams. Good streams. We both rated and got rated by Tom Thanks recently. And he is the reason that I know about Metronomic Live. Just people finding Tom's stream. Tom does a wonderful, wonderful stream where he live animates stuff. He basically, if you want to see behind the curtain, what he does is he's got Adobe Flash animation, which is not what you think. It's actually a fairly well-known industry thing for a long time in the background. It's not just people making stupid videos on the internet, right? What he's able to do is he's able to script animation elements that are placed onto a canvas, a live canvas that he can draw on. So what he can do is he can place a mouth down, and the mouth is going to have a certain amount of phonetic animations or whatever they are, and he can control them using the keyboard. So he's got a lot of buttons surrounding him in order to do all the different camera angles and the mouth movements and things like that. And he scripts things like an arm that's able to draw because it goes over the mouse, or he's able to, drop a hat down from above. He's able to have different graphics going on. It's an insane and fun little romp through kind of an amazing piece of software that he's put together and maintained through the years. So Adobe, while it has sort of mothballed Flash, it's still used in a lot of different ways in industry. Yeah, anyway, that's what he do. That's what he do, and I love it because he makes it so free and fun and easy. No. Oh. We don't really need it yet. What's an antenna doing over here? Over there. First, I'm gonna be like, what's an antenna doing over there? I should take this apart. This thing my brother built. What's it got in it? 4017s, huh? And then a lot of transistors. This is before they discovered that Russian chip. The Russian chip, what allows you to run Nixie tubes at 60 volts. That would really clean up the circuit. Bunch of 4017s running a counter. Because each digit on a Nixie tube is an individual lamp that you need to light up. Okay. Getting there. I'm starting to see the end of it. The end of the cleanup. I'm starting to have to do the hair flick where you go one side and the other. I don't like that length of hair. There's too much hair. Too much hair. I can live with it, but it's too much hair. Yeah, it's getting to the point where if I have my windows down in my car, it's fucking January and I've got the windows down in my car, my hair will whip into my eye in spite of glasses. Screw bins, get those away from the edge of the desk. I have not had a complete screw blowout during stream ever, but I'm always a little close to that. All right, we got a pile of parts now. What else? How are we doing? Don't think we need that. Don't think we need SimuCube stuff. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming games, and it'll be a long stream, and I think it's just gonna be my summer car. We'll just pick up where I left off with my own personal gameplay. I haven't had a lot of time to play the game in the background in order to get the stuff that I need to get. So we'll have to do a couple chores. We'll have to get a little bit of cash flow going in because I need to repaint the Satsuma so that I can live with myself. And then I want to buy the last set of wheels, the last item from the shop, so that I can get that achievement. And then we got to do the rally. I want to get a gold in the rally. I think I'm capable of getting a gold in the rally. I lowered the pedals down a little bit on the setup because I had to reassemble the whole thing after the last stream because I kicked it apart. Much like George Washington, I kicked it apart. So I had an opportunity to lower them a little bit. I probably need to tilt it a little bit. But then I've got the wheel programmed so that the drive gear, because that shifting lever, it goes between reverse, neutral, between the two, up and down, right? So reverse, neutral, then between the two shifters, up and down. Is there one? And then it also registers if you push it all the way over to the side, like to the right. I don't need to use that. I could double up plus and minuses to have the paddles and the shifter do plus and minus, because that way I could treat it like a real sequential shifter that's next to the wheel. Or I could continue to use the paddles and then put my handbrake on the one. Handbrake is analog, but anyway, but the point is, on that position that's between the two shifters, I have that now as the position where no button is hit at all. And so hopefully I have reverse. I think there was something wrong with reverse. I think maybe the magnet isn't properly registering. So whether or not I get reverse, I don't know. And the question that even Gonad didn't know about was whether or not you can use that H pattern and sequential at the same time. I think it probably flips back and forth without caring. We'll see. Let's see. And then aside from that, the handbrake isn't going to happen anytime soon until I build like a pit for the whole thing. Maybe I'll lose 100 pounds and then reward myself by building a racing pit. But I don't understand. These guys with like racing pits, what are they doing? Do they have like another computer with all the stuff in it? I can't fathom that. Like, my gaming computer is where I play games. Like, I don't have multiples. I don't know what, 2 computers are gonna get old at the same time, and then what do I do with them? Or do they run car games in low graphics on a singular monitor? I guess maybe that's what they do. I don't understand it. I don't know, maybe they plug the console into it too. I don't play racing games enough. I like building the pit. I don't race in the pit as much. I don't want to do more Wreckfest because that becomes Shoutfest. Becomes Shout Over a Bother Fest. Let's get this stuff out of the way because I want to rebuild the back end of this thing. I don't want to have these guys in here anymore. These chewed up ones. If I'm gonna put corner cubes on the ends, but that means that I won't be able to slide fasteners down here. But I think once I get the platens in place, I won't need to slide fasteners down. And we still got to figure out what to do about the button panel. We might as well get started then. Yeah. Bop, 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 bop. Actually, Metronomic Live, everybody. Pay respects to the people that bring me this wonderful pre-production, you know, I don't know, stuff. All right, anyway, I'm super glad Metronomic is, you know, streaming this cool beats and stuff like that. All right, what are we doing? We're doing nothing. I'm gonna take a nap. Sorry about no stream yesterday. I had people here fixing my turlet. People here fixing my toilet. We had a seal go bad, and so I was sitting here in poopy stink. They were here basically most of the day, just probably just running a bead of silicone sealant around a plate. But they did check out stuff down there to make sure it all still worked. I don't mean on my body. I mean the poop pump in the corner of the basement. But yeah, anyway, so here we are on Friday. Friday is typically the day that I want to kind of let my hair down. All right, my hair is permanently down, and that's actually a different problem. Fridays are when I kind of want to let loose. I want to cut loose and do some fun stuff. But we haven't gotten enough work done, in my mind, on Burn the Subs. So we need to kind of do that. We need to get a little bit of work done on Burn the Subs, because I need to make that. I need to make that work. What we're doing is a little bit of scope creep. I know the poo-pooers in the chat will say that I'm creeping the scope out. They wouldn't put it in those words, but they would definitely be saying that, and they have, and I don't care. I'm making it better. I always make it better, but I'm making it kind of a little bit more designed instead of cobbled together. So what we've been doing is we've been doing a little bit of Fusion 360 in order to make solids that will hold this thing together, and then I'm 3D printing those solids. You can see it going on right there. That is a 14-hour print, and previously, about 30% through the print, the only reason it's 14 hours is because it's a big plate, a lot of time. I've slowed down the edges, like the outer perimeters on my setup because of PETG melting a little bit. Most of the way through this thing, I mean, it did a pretty good job doing most of the fill on this. I'm not using hexes, although I might switch over to hexes and do these again. And this is what the translucent filament looks like when you've got multiple layers of it. And this is the bed surface looking like that. And then that's the infill. It'll look pretty cool when it's done, and it'll be in the background. That's the whole point of it, is to be in the background. And so I actually had an opportunity to, because this print failed, I actually know that you're fine unless you're on design. I told you guys that was one of my favorite subreddits the other day. That fits, except for the little metal tabs that are on this thing. But yeah, that fits, and it looks pretty cool, actually, to be honest. So this will be the platen that the standoffs and the fan are on. I'll put it like this, and then the fan will be an exhaust fan, so it'll be pulling cool air through my overly large slats up here. I will have to probably redesign it to have a cutout like up on one of the sides and maybe down on one of the sides to do the DB connector and the water pipes going in and out. And so you'll be able to pull off this cover and work on stuff. You know, just like drain the system and do stuff like that. But I got to come up with that first. I could actually put clips on the underside that would hold on to the tubes. I might have to do that. Yeah, we'll figure that one out. That's why this is definitely going to need a reprint, but I'm going to go through the motions on it right now because I got a lot of this filament. It's not too much of a loss if I do a little iterative design on it. And then I'll have to possibly on my own time bend or cut off the little metal tabs, and then you know, we'll have to figure out some way to mount it. Maybe I'll just glue a magnet in each corner and have those snap in, and that'll hold this thing up onto the mount for the control panel. Hey, nothing's working. How you doing? Yeah, so I want to kind of like rebuild the frame here. I want to put together the frame again. I'll get rid of the power cable so that I can move it around. And then, looks like I was using brackets to put it together. I don't think I can do anything about that. I'll think about that. Yeah, I don't really have any internal right angle things, so you just finished The Expanse. All right. I'm not sure about the later seasons of it. I'm not sure about them. All right, loosen this thing up. But yeah, what we can do after that, by the way, I got some parts. I got some parts that'll let me distribute water to all the stuff. And so I want to get together a test using the 10 meters of tube that I bought to see whether or not we actually can get water all the way out to the laser. And then I'll show you some stuff that I got cooking, that I'm thinking about for cooling that laser. Yeah, I haven't touched the books. I assume the books are very good. Why does this only move in one direction? Wait, what happened here? Why does it only moves in... What the hell? Okay, all right. No, it's fine. I don't care. No, I really, I don't, I'm not gonna cry. All right, let's get this thing off of here, and then let me remove these 3 screws. It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. Totally fine. No, it's totally fine. Those 3 were actually properly done, the little fork ends. And this has some extra clips on it because it's where I hid the wire. Mindstormer, thanks for the raid, both of y'all. All right, so I got some of this stuff going on. I gotta figure out how did I attach this stuff originally. Looks like I have a nut. Is that one? Okay, so it's just 2 corners here and here. I really wish I could have found this in CAD. Big raid, yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you. Actually, this stuff helps when doing maker beam and bolts, is just having the screwdriver with the appropriate sized hex end on it. What are you guys doing over there at Mindstormer? Anything cool? Get this thing, that was the wrong size. What was I thinking? Okay. Actually, wait, was that a what do you call it? Oh, damn it. Daft Punk with that movie. Fucking Tron? I think that was a Tron remix. Maybe not. Code in Kotlin. Virtual Stream Deck. Ah, Virtual Stream Deck is like a it's like a required tech streamer's first project, isn't it? I never did one. I never did one. Working on UIs is the worst. Yeah, but you start streaming electronics and it's like, what am I gonna build? It's like, well, Stream Deck. Everybody looks at Stream Deck and they go, $100? What the hell? And they go and they build their own Stream Deck for $100 in parts. At least that's how I would have done it. I would have ended up spending all those $100 in just parts. Really? Fine. Everything's got to come out on this end, and then I'll see if I've got new rails for this. Actually, let me see if I've got new rails for this first. Maybe before I take it apart completely. I gotta see whether or not I've got rails that are quite long enough for this. I've got longer ones. I don't think that's the solution here. What do we got waiting in the wings? All right, that was a bit dramatic. Oh God, I can't even. Is it these? The rail collection is quite old. Yeah, $80 in parts and $1,000 in time. If you break it all down, you'll cry. See, these won't work. Shit. Yeah, I don't think I have this length of rail, so I have to buy some rail if I'm going to redo this control panel. That's what I looked over to the side and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. These feel longer than, because this is the y-axis size and that won't fit between the slats that I put up on the walls. I don't have any other stashes of maker beam, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I do. Hold on, the fan isn't on me and I'm starting to sweat. Give me one sec. Colin is the best program I've worked for fun-wise. Interesting. Yeah, I don't do heavy programming stuff like that, so I don't know all these different languages and stuff. Sounds cool. Any other maker beam sitting over here? Anyone? Anyone? How about in the corner with the scraps? Maker beam. There's one piece that is cut. You can tell if they're cut because the one end is not threaded. How about behind some of this stuff? A lot of little 2020 extras. By the way, I need to make something to hang the boards up on the wall. The 2 burn the subs boards, not on the wall, sorry, behind my desk. That's why I got these 2 rails sitting by the milling machine over here. These guys, I want to turn those into a hanger for the old burn the subs boards and put them up behind my desk so they make a nice little backdrop. You know, you say triggers as much of the chat as possible, and you may think that I'm like super smart and that I'm purposely doing it in order to trigger the programmers, but I'm just programming. I think you guys are just fragile enough that it just sets everybody off. I think you guys are just that fragile about coding. Yeah, this is a cut one. I was like, cut this end over here. DOS was for, what was that for? Some other, the DOS micro thing. I don't know what you're seeing in that, but it was a pretty hardcore bit banging kind of affair. And it's all running on an AT-Tiny-85, so it's using all kinds of different registers. Yeah, it's controlling a motor. It's an RC car speed controller. It's meant to mimic the functionality of the DOS micro motor controller, and then also allow us to program it and stuff like that. No, I did not make it way harder than it should. Why don't you go get a DOS micro radio receiver and a compatible radio and try to program your own speed controller within an AT-Tiny-85, and then you'll realize that there was no other way to do it. And by the way, if you end up doing that, I'm going to guess that you're going to come at me with a bunch of very tiny semantic differences in the way the code functions and go, there, I did it, to kind of stay within your own bubble of, yes, I can do this. That's my prediction. I would be delighted to see what you can come up with, because that was a tough effort. It was a tough effort. You're not allowed to do that. My code is NFT protected. That's illegal. No, it's fine. Take my code. Yeah, it's so what I had to do is, in order to get the breakneck timing of the RC servo signal coming in, I basically did what all the servo libraries do, and I broke it down into timing register stuff. And so the timing register stuff is like the fundamental functionality of that microcontroller. So we set registers and we have them in standby for when the pulse comes in, and that'll time the pulse very accurately. And then from there, the rest of it is just figuring out how I want to trigger the H bridge. But that took a lot of learning. I had to go very deep into how the Tiny 85 exactly works, which is good because I understand that microcontroller on a much more fundamental level now. So I have much better command over it for the next project, I think. I mean, I'll probably forget most of it by the time I get to it, but yeah, anyway, the knowledge base is presumably there. It's like control systems engineers have forgotten more math than most of you will ever learn. All right, so these are too long. I can't actually use any other rails on this. I really don't want to suffer through using these broken-ass rails that I modified. And if I use this, I can't put, what I wanted to do was put corner cubes on all of the ends of this in order to create the new mount and have it be nice and clean. Yeah, well, those of you who are not familiar with me, one thing is that I'm gonna come at you swinging. I'm not just gonna like call it or ignore it or anything like that. I'm coming at you swinging. So if you want to sit here and tell me that my code is fundamentally wrong after glancing at it, I would love to hear. Your own experiences. Share them in the Discord. Teach me. Because I really think it's down to semantic differences or just differences in the way people like to do things, and programmers often call it wrong, even though you just like to do it a little differently. But I mean, you know, obviously putting your money where your mouth is kind of important, huh? Kiss your dollars. It's working, so it's not fundamentally wrong. Oh, that's true. That's true. I can say that too. All right. So that sucks. I don't have rails. I'm looking. Hold on. I'm just gonna take another peek around here. things tend to get kind of like stuffed into corners in this shop. So if I do have any of these rails, they might have been just leaned up against something and then fallen over. That's more common of a thing to happen around here than you would think. Although I do tend to keep stuff in sort of areas. So if the area where the maker beam is clear, then yeah, I'm probably going to need to order 2 more rails if I want to replace these. All right, so we'll work with what we have. I'll reassemble all this stuff that I've got sitting out on the desk, and we'll go from there. We're gonna put together some of the stuff we 3D printed, etc., etc. I didn't get it fully working yet. The difference in code is just simply utilizing a different register, or actually initializing a different register. Once I initialize that register, all the timings are going to work properly. It's just we started from a new microcontroller which never had that register programmed, whereas when we were using the old one, I put the code together and vetted it out and said, yeah, everything works, except that we hadn't done anything with that register ever before. With the old one, it had been previously set to a proper setting. That's just weird. All I need to do is just upload new code to it, and then I think it'll work. At some point, I'll rip that thing out again, and we'll mess with it, because I do want to have that tiny little RC car running around. I think it's fun. I want to play with it, and then I want to figure out a body for it. It might actually become a Satsuma. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of funny if it did. All right, I'm just gonna ever so tenderly slip this thing down, and then tighten it up. These are 100 millimeters, or rather, this is a 100 millimeter beam down here. And that happens to basically get very close to the dimensions of the motor controller board. That was the original intent. Yeah, a little BMW would be kind of cool too. But yeah, that's how this mounts, but we're gonna be changing that around. One thing that really annoys me is that these 2 motor coolers, they're Raspberry Pi water blocks. These are $6 each. These things are facing down, which means that bubbles are going to go into the blocks instead of going up and away. Although I think if we have enough water flow on this, it should be good. Previously, we've had this size pump on the whole thing. So I don't know if this is going to cut it. I've got a larger pump coming in the mail, or I could do 2 of these. 2 little 5-volt pumps, and one would just be on the laser, and the other one would just be on this stuff. Everybody get your BMW jokes out of the way. No turn signals, pricks on the outside, expensive parts. Let's go. Come on. Let's see it. Let's get them out of your system. They're decrepit and old, these jokes. All right, so this goes all the way down here. This goes all the way down here. This little corner cube just gives me that little bit of extra distance. Nah, they're just, I don't know. Whatever. Just get them out of your system. Actually, wait, was it it was the small piece that I had sticking up like that, a little, because these corner cubes have like bolt holes in them, and they've also just got the big open thing. Like basically, this is a good place for me to put a wood screw. That's what I did with these 2, and I figure the screw holes on the previous control panel can move up by like 10 millimeters. That should be fine. Porsche Cayman. That's the big guy, the family car Porsche. I need to get these 2 out of here. They're really annoying me. How can I do that? I could fully remove this bracket. I don't think I can partially remove the bracket. This is the annoying part with making. I think I'm just going to fully remove this whole piece. And then we'll get those 2 out of there, and then we can figure out where the other mounting bolts are going to go. This is going to use up a lot of my really long fasteners, which will be nice. We can see our 3D print come to fruition. Wherever that is. Fruition. You guys are out. Now I got to line up 4 loose bolts in order to put the backing on, and then we can mount the reservoir. Although the heatsink will still be flowing in the breeze. We don't know enough about what we're building in the end to mount the the radiator with a bracket yet. There's somebody with a graveyard of Mercedes cars. Most have had the computer modules stolen. Yeah, those. I mean, after like what, 40 years, those car electronics, although they're built to a different standard, they will eventually give up the ghost. At least it's not Bosch. But car electronics have to endure quite a different experience, and they're built to a different standard, and some old Mercedes may even have wiring that's not compatible with accidentally being wired backwards. That's a thing. That's a thing that happened. Automotive standards people were like, hey, mechanics have been blowing up like entire car electrical systems by accidentally connecting the battery backwards for like a millisecond. Maybe we should standardize something about this. And so all the car companies were like, how could you possibly do, why would you put this requirement on? They put a diode in there, and they're like, all right. They just put like a diode on it. That's all they did. Just put a diode. It's like just one reverse protection diode. Done. All right, moving on. It's so ridiculous. People are like, I don't want government interfering with my car. It's like, dude. Too much computers in cars are putting me off getting an electric one. An electric car is basically just a computer. I don't know. You shouldn't be off-put too far by having to deal with computers in your car in terms of like, yeah, nowadays it's unavoidable. You're not going to be able to avoid it. So just go with it, man. Have fun. Have fun with it. I'm looking for female-to-female standoff. I don't have them in plastic. I want to put stuff on the ends of these. I'm going to make 4 little feeties out of them. They're going to be pretty fragile little feeties, but this just means that I won't scrape up my desk while I'm skirting this thing around. Skirt, skirt. Let me just get 4 of these little standoffs, and those will just give me little plastic feet. Yeah, there were like a couple memes circulating where they have a lineup of all the modern cars, all the modern like sport sized that like compact SUV, the compact SUVs, and they were all in white, and they had all the rims blocked off. You could not tell the difference between them. Oh my God! It's pedestrian safety standards and aerodynamics affecting the design, the outer design of vehicles in that specific category, the whatever that stupid SUV is, that mid-sized SUV that nobody should own. What happened to this station wagon, you know? I guess they're still around. I'm just being an old man. I'm being an old man if I complain about it. Get with the times, old man. Everybody's got a sport compact SUV these days. Oh, my head's in the shot. Okay, I'll change the camera in a second. Once I find a bolt that's actually going to accept this thing, I think I stripped out the top of this. Damn it. These things are rare. There's like no threads to go into these. And I just want something that's going to hold up this thing so it doesn't scratch up. I mean, it is a work surface. It's going to get scratched up, but I'd rather prevent the scratches that I'm seeing start to take over. I could just put like a nut over that. Would that work? No, because then it would be the same length, wouldn't it? No, it wouldn't. It would be, you could just do this. Actually, that would work much better. Okay, fine. I can't find enough standoffs and there's not enough threads, so. I don't know, a compact SUV versus a station wagon. Station wagon can get out of its own way. And you've got a lower center, your center of gravity isn't on the fucking roof rack. Yeah, I'm definitely yelling at clouds and cars. That lower center of gravity gives you what is often referred to, although not enough, as active safety versus passive safety. Active safety is getting the fuck out of there. Passive safety is stuff like airbags. You want both, but I think the active safety mechanisms are not quite present in modern car design. And they can't be. It seems as though they're not allowed to be. All right, that's a little better. That won't scratch up my table. All right, What now? How now, brown cow? So I could put the power supply in, although I think what I need to do is get rid of these two bottom mounts. So I'm going to get rid of the bottom mounts, and that way we have somewhere that I can just slide fasteners on. Damn it. Well, I can get that off, and then we can slide fasteners down. We can see how our 3D prints worked out, whether or not I need to revise these at all. It's hot in the shop today. I think the 3D printer generates quite a bit of BTUs that contribute to my uncomfortableness while streaming. Then again, I've got like 60 fucking hot, where's that sentence going? Lights on me right now. I use the turn signals in my car quite often, actually, to be honest. I got good turn signals, good lenses on them. They're not LED like the other BMWs. The later versions have LED brake lights and stuff. I don't have those. I'm pretty annoyed with that. And if I switch to LEDs, what my car does when I stop the car, it pulls all the lights and it expects a filament to be in there. So what it'll do is it'll send like a 10 microsecond pulse to each light in a weird order. I think there's like a task scheduler that kind of like slots them around and does a weird checking order. But so what happens is with my LED headlights is they love 10 milliseconds of current. So 10 milliseconds of current gives the driver enough time to actually illuminate the LED. So when I stop at a stoplight, my headlights do the police thing. They go pop, 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 pop. And it's like, oh no. And so if I replace any of the other lights in my car with LEDs, they'll do the same thing. So I don't know what I need to do. I need to do like a charge pump transistor that takes more than 10 milliseconds to send current to the other, you know, to the down the lane rather. I don't really know exactly how to do that. I mean, I could probably do it just with analog electronics, but Dave emotes. It's kind of fun. I could get pulled over for it because technically the lights are not supposed to be doing that. It could technically be a wigwag, and maybe they could argue that I'm trying to impersonate a police officer. That would be pretty bad. The cops generally don't like it when you do stuff that impersonates police officers. Couldn't tell you why. All right, let's get these mounts up. Oh, looks like I removed that and it took the O-ring with it. I don't know which fitting it is. So, oh, I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. You guys need to move up a little bit because you're gonna, I need to be cognizant of where the camera is. Otherwise, you guys are just gonna be looking at my calic all day. All right. So, now I don't want to scratch this thing up. If we were going super pro with this, if we were going super professional with this, I'd probably put tape over the front face of this thing. We'll just be aware. I mean, there are bolts here that are going to keep it from scraping, but Sniffer in Chief likes this angle. Oh, God. Is that Joe Biden in chat? All right. I'll get rid of the plugs, too. Although we do want to gear up for a test. I think I want to use the black plugs instead of the silver ones. We'll see what I've got. All right. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, there's detritus inside of this thing. I really need to wash it out. But these are tests. Tests don't need super nice stuff. All right. So this reservoir. This reservoir. I modeled it in Fusion 360, and you guys saw the model, right? There's a little bit of a problem with the model. Those mounts are not centered. These parts are not centered. They're not centered. I thought they were. So what I was able to do is I was able to go into Fusion 360 and break these off from their centered orientation. Everything was oriented due to center, like spaced out from the center. My two troughs here were spaced out from the center, and everything was mirrored around a center line. Luckily, I had the wherewithal to make both parts have a different center. The 5 1/4 drive mounts have a separate center line from this weird cutout that EK decided to put into the thing. Probably because 5 1/4 drives sometimes have separators in the middle. But anyway, so luckily I put 2 different centers on those. I broke those off in the drawing, and then I gave them a reference to this side of the case and measured that up with calipers. I had to figure out what the dimensions of these troughs were in order to get them right. FHSS. What is that again? But yeah, so in Fusion 360, I broke off the center lines, and then they were completely unassociated with anything. I could drag them wherever I wanted to. So I gave them a reference line from the side of the enclosure, measured that all out, put the numbers in there, vetted them out a little bit, and then measured it to the other side of the case just to make sure that I got it right, and then reprinted the design. So that took a total of 4, 8, 16, 20 hours of printing to finally fix. Oh yeah, frequency hopping spread spectrum. I have a couple radios that do that. But anyway, so now I have, that's got a big blemish on it. That's got a big booger. This is the centered one. No, it's not. Hold on. No. This is the centered one. So 4 hours of printing, and I come out here and I go, and I'm like, ah, man, because everything's off by a little bit. It is nicely centered on the rest of the thing, but I can't have this just be in a different location because we put this rib down it. That gives it strength, and it gives it a little bit of a better mount. But at the same time, I mean, man, the PETG is so strong. Like, I made radio brackets for my friend's Hilux. Well, it's not really a Hilux, but that radio ain't going nowhere, man. These things are strong as hell. Fucking PETG is not messing around. So then I printed it again, but with all the offsets. And then I printed, because now that one side was offset like this, now the mirrored part is not the same thing. So I actually had to print the opposite side. So what I did is I printed the one side, but I actually printed the opposite side. And then I printed the opposite side, which is the same part, and wasted another 4 hours. At least the reprint was slightly higher quality. And then I printed the original side. And now I have 2 unique brackets that will be able to hoist it. Wait a minute. Now I have 2 unique brackets that will be able to hoist up the reservoir. Okay, so the one that didn't print the edge so well, there's a bit of a booger right there. That one does not. Turns out I got 2 good prints of the wrong thing. Oh well. I think my elephant foot settings need a little bit of adjusting too, because we got a little bit of elephant footing going on, and that affects the edges. I slowed down the perimeters and everything, so I don't know. They're still a little gross though. I probably need to go a little slower. Maybe lower the temperature a little bit. Who knows? All right, so that's that. We got that. Let's get this, and then we can break off the support material, and I can get these big bolts in there and get those rubber mounts all set up on our mounts, and then we can get the what do you call it? Get the maker beam bolts on there, slide it on, bolt it in. We're good. Let's do this. So the best tools for breaking out the support material, probably going to be just a flathead screwdriver. You got to be careful with this stuff. I've messed with my support settings over time, and I've been able to get a pretty good support going that breaks off relatively easily. But in the past, I really had to put a lot of pressure into it. Like a lot of pressure into it, to the degree where I was kind of a little fearful that it was unsafe. I would end up perforating my limbs by trying to get the support material off and overshooting. Why water cooling? Well, the laser makes a good amount of heat, and I would like the laser to last quite a long time and perform the same way as when I had originally installed it. In addition to that, it's cool. And finally, the last reason is because when we tested the motor, we had the motor up against itself. We had a braked stepper motor, which means we just connected the outputs to themselves, and that way when the motor spins, it creates current that's going to keep itself from spinning. The magnetic fields end up fighting themselves. A little bit of what electric cars do, right? Except they actually try to utilize some of that power. So anyway, when we tested the motor controller, the braked motor on the x-axis, the big motor, the NEMA 23, I think, would end up using enough current to get that motor controller hot enough that it had to skip steps. And so skipping steps is a big no-no, especially when you zero your axes at the beginning and then go out and do a task. If you skip any steps during that, you're going to be in trouble. And so we were in trouble. That didn't work out. And so I was like, well, how the hell do we get over this? And it's like, well, I think a little bit earlier to that problem. I had seen somebody had made stuff for water cooling Raspberry Pis. There's a whole series of coolers that are the size of Raspberry Pis. And I'm like, well, we got excess heat. Let's try it. And it worked brilliantly. It actually worked very, very well. Upon building the system and running it for over 2 years or something, 2.6 years, that barely was ever needed. It is too much cooling for the task of moving the board horizontally, but it's fun. So, you know, having a little reservoir of water that does stuff when the system gets warm, I think that's a lot of fun. So yeah, that's pretty much the reason we're doing it. And I'm just following through and just keeping it water cooled, because I think my chat would riot if I didn't do that. Yeah, we're gonna go air cooled. They'd all leave. They'd all just leave. Yeah, it's not that warm. Maybe I'd have to be running the laser like 24/7 in order for it to get that warm. Yeah, we're getting 2 steamed hams. The problem with these bolt holes, as I design them, is they really should be facing upwards on the print bed, because this standoff material does not like to come out of them. If I have trouble with it, sometimes I'll get like an end mill and put that in the drill and just go boop. Just give it a little boop. Just give it a little boop. Let's get closer to the light here. You guys can at least kind of see what I'm doing. Focus the camera. I'm just trying to get, come on, there we go. Just trying to get standoff material off of these so that I can screw bolts into them. Borp. But yeah, a little end mill really cleans up some of the plastic on these, depending on what size you use. But these just get squished under screws, so hopefully I can get all this stuff out. I don't like doing this. And you know, it doesn't really work if you don't put the standoff stuff, or don't put the support material under it, because then it's not the right depth, or you just get like a 3D print mess all over it. Can't exactly make a circle out of nowhere. I mean, I could like chamfer it. Maybe that would support itself a little better and make it a little bit more accurate, but my printer tends to be melty with stuff like this, small stuff like this. Melty but strong. That's where all the strength comes from. All that heat gives it layer adhesion, which makes this very difficult for me to break. I've ground some broken drill flat on the end for this. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, dear God. Let's give a little bit more insulin. No, need more than that. Nope. Let's do that. That'll bring me back down. All right. Chamfer? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, chamfer, you just use the hole tool, right? I gotta cut this. This is bothering me. Just give this a little trim. Yeah, well, you try it for a day. Being one of your own organs. Yeah, that happened. That was pretty extreme collapsing going on there. I don't know what that's about. Whether it's shrinking or expanding, or whether my elephant foot settings are a little bit too much, because right now that is concave and it really should just be flat. So I have to go over some of that stuff and kind of fix it. The thickness should be 5mm though. Where are my calipers? Let's give that a try. If it's less than 5mm, it means that the whole thing is melting down. Maybe if I go back to hexes, it'll fix itself. Hexes are a little harder on the machine though. They're a little harder on the machine than the whatever the fuck these things are. The oblate, sphero, whatever the hell they are. Now we're more than 5mm. Well, it should be 5. I got pretty consistently 5.2, 5.3, so. Spock's Brain is a very famous episode. Why is that sticking out of the end? That's a little weird. Is that a shift? No. Yeah. Might be a minor shift. I don't know. All right. So, support material. I hate how sloppy this looks, but I think once we put screws over it, it'll be okay. That's not really working, is it? See, I've got the support material set to a point where it does just pop off. It leaves behind a bit of a rough surface, like a bit of a less controlled surface, so I had to use support material on these. The alternative would be that maybe I could just have these screws stick all the way through, or use different screws that just show up on the outside of this material. That maybe would be the better way to do it, to be honest, at this point. I probably should have done that. Just had straight through screw holes and no sinking going on. I wanted to emulate this, because this turned out really well, but maybe that was a bad idea. Yeah, dissolvable supports seems like a really cool idea. I think people were telling me not to last time I talked about them, though. I want a dual extruder just so that I can have illuminated panels. You could use translucent materials with opaque materials and make cool, like, double shot kind of stuff. Although the opaque material existing within the same system as the transparent is kind of tough, because it doesn't quite, like, the opaque material will cause issues with the translucent stuff. You probably can't design it as tightly as you want. The needles are metal. There's a picture of a bunch of British schoolboys from 1970, and they would find hypodermic needles and remove the needle and then squirt them at each other. But these are like used hypodermic needles that they found on the street. They're like little squirt guns. I don't really sand. I appreciate the 3D printedness of it. If you wanted to do something that looked super duper nice, you could. You could sand it. Maybe not all the facets of it, but you know, people sand and paint 3D prints all the time. All the time. Okay, you. All the time. All the time. Not that one. This one. All right, so hopefully we can get the screws deep enough into this thing. I have in the past, I've heated the screws. Heat the screws up, screw them in, and then they squish down a little bit. I think we'll get away with this. Hopefully these don't immediately fall off, because there's not really much holding them in. Yeah, see, look at that. We don't quite get the depth that we want. I think the only way around this is to slightly heat up the screw. Or I can find an end. Let me find an end mill. Let me find an end mill for that. Let me find an end mill and go get the drill. Oh, there's like a Bondo for 3D prints. That sounds good. I don't know if the flexibility of PETG is going to really work with a material like that, but, you know, hey, it's a fun thing to try, for you to try, not for me to try. That ain't for me to try. I'm not allowed to. Not at least in most of the states. All right, end mill, who's it gonna be? Oh, I should get the drill. Hold on. Getting the drill. Crossing. I gotta go all the way across. I gotta wobble across the whole shop. I gotta wobble across the whole shop here and go get my drill. Of course, my mic cable goes on the wrong side of the stool. There we go. And a battery. Battery for the drill. That's important. I haven't used this thing in a while. Okay, wobble my way back over. Okay, I'm back. All right, let's get an end mill, and then we can just kind of like clean up those standoff screw holes a little bit. I'm running out of desk space here. All right, boop. Let's see here. Who's it gonna be? Move my mouse away. That one's very close. Now, I don't think I have exactly 3.2. Or 6 point, well, that's close enough. Near enough makes no difference on that one. I could use a couple more flutes, but nice end mills. They're from somebody else's collection. some machinist who retired, probably died. I can't, I don't know. And then I'm just here to break them. But we got them from basically like not an estate sale, but it was pretty much like a shop closing down. And they were like, this toolkit's still here in the corner. And I'm like, oh, hell yeah. It was my buddy, it's St. Wiggly and I. St. Wiggly originally wanted me to sell them. I didn't do that. I didn't quite do that. Oh, there we go. This is a good size, and it's got a lot of flutes. I want a lot of flutes because I don't want it to catch on something. No, it wasn't sketchy. It was actually a shop that was closing down. Like... And they'd given everybody ample opportunity to get out of there. And it didn't currently belong to anybody. It was just somebody who left them there and didn't want them. They're mostly broken. That's the reason. They're mostly broken and dull. A lot of these will have, like, on one of the flutes will just be broken off a little bit. Something like that. All right. So just a little tiny bit. I don't want to fall through the whole print and lose my 4 hours, That's just going to get rid of the little extra pieces and sort of flatten it out. But this, the end mill will go through this like it's butter, so. Yeah, that's just one of those little final touch bits. Maggio68, thank you for the follow. My brother's entire metal shop on the farm is all from auctions. Yeah, see? It's that kind of stuff. It's not what you city slickers think. All right, there's the screwdriver. This is not a light bin. And of course, the most triggering thing is how I'm actually storing these end mills. They should not be allowed to sit like this. This is that's causing damage to the sides of the flutes, but they stay stationary most of the time, and they're pretty much all crap anyway, so, oh well. Where are you gonna find your, there we go. No? Is it still not going through far enough? It's still not, it's like right up to the edge, huh? Insert tooling? Yeah. Oh yeah, those, yeah. Then you just have a pile of inserts. Yeah, that's nice. I think maybe these weren't deep enough. Same thickness of material. No, it's just the edges are too rough. All right. I'll do another pass, but I'm reluctant because I don't really want to damage it too much. I don't want to, like, bite through the whole thing. I'll go nice and slow. A little trigger discipline, right? Okay. Maybe that'll do it. Just being real careful not to dig too deep and too greedily. With a Matsuura twin pallet, $250,000 machine at my work was a monster. Yeah, that sounds nuts. Twin pallet? I don't even know what any of that means. Yeah, they were like, you want a 6-ton press? Or whatever it was. It was like a 60-ton press or something. It was this giant piece of equipment. I'm like, yeah, man. Can't fit it anywhere. It's the size of my house. There we go. That's biting in. We've got metal threaded inserts on the other end, so it only needs a couple of threads to start really gripping. And then hopefully this doesn't pop out while we're trying to do anything. Much like a titty at a McDonald's. I hope these don't pop out. What? Wait, what'd you just say? 19 tool changer. The system that I use, the Tormach system, is meant for automation as well. It's a little tool change system where all you have to do, and I have the spring washers, but I don't have them installed. But on the drawbar, it's the thing that holds everything into that whatever it is, the tapered fitting. Like, because the end mill on a milling machine typically just fits with a tapered bit. If the metal is tapered and it's making enough contact, it'll create a shitload of friction, and allow for your tool to do work while also being removable. And so that tapered fitting, it actually has a slightly different thing inside of it so that when the drawbar pulls up, it squishes in from the sides. Tormach does that for their quick change tooling system. And so what they have on the top of the drawbar is a very strong spring in the form of washers that are just a little bit more of a cup. And if you stack those right, you make basically a strut out of them, and you can have a hydraulic release at the top that just goes down like that, and then the bottom will pop off. Well, I don't have that. I loosen it and then tap it with a hammer, and it drops the tooling out. But I could have like a foot pedal that would press and release the drawbar. Some people use an air actuated system. It's like a multi-piston air actuator that'll do that. You know, hey, that would be cool for me to have, just be able to hit a foot pedal and change out the tooling. I was thinking of like a hydraulic lever or something. I could get one of those e-brakes that the what is it, the rally e-brake. So I could pull on that and then pop the thing out and then, but I don't need any of that. I don't think that's totally necessary. I can just loosen it and pop it on the head. Bridgeport's my school use the air for the drawbar. Yeah, it's a little much for my liking, but it's pretty effective. It's cool. It's a nice tooling system. I think they raised their prices. I don't know what the prices are like anymore. I bought pretty much all that I need to run the mill in the way that I do. So I'm not looking to buy more stuff at the moment. Although one of those one of those change out, whatever they are, the things with the little bits that finish your surface really nice and flat and shiny. I need one of those, but I don't need it that much. I forget what taper it is. It's a Sieg X3, whatever taper that has. I think it's the same thing as the Bridgeport, so it might be R8. Do I prefer cinnamon or vanilla? I should say, as a diabetic, I should say cinnamon, right? Because apparently that has some glucose control ramifications to it. But I guess that's a tough call. Probably cinnamon. Or sorry, probably vanilla, actually. A good vanilla bean. We're talking a good vanilla bean. Well, both isn't an answer. That's not the question. The question is this or this. And although you may search for a unique answer, it's still not fulfilling the requirements of what the client has demanded. You know, your client's going to come to you and say, which one of these is the best? And you go, both. And they're like, you're fired. Like, I'll never work with you again. You'll never work in this town again. All right, that one's not deep enough. That one's not deep enough. Just trying to make them nice and flat because the standoff stuff really messes them up. They're nowhere near the original depth. God, you guys are fun at parties. All right, getting this thing together. We're going to get our reservoir hoisted on its own petard. I need a pair of tweezers. Pick out some of the little pieces here. Spit them at your species. Day like night, like day like night. All right, let's get this thing out of here. Come on. Give me all that plastic. Fuck! I dropped the screw. Hold on, I gotta go get it. Gotta go get it! These are specific fasteners that for some reason I prefer using on this reservoir. I could just replace it with hex bolts, but apparently that's not acceptable to me. Did I even drop one of them? I'm finding all kinds of other hardware. I'm not actually finding the thing that I'm looking for. I mean, all this stuff that I dropped. Where could it all have gone? Where's all of it gone? My sanity. My dignity. All of it strewn across the floor. Like teardrops in the rain. Time to die. All right, where the hell? Okay, I don't see it. Maybe I didn't drop one of those. Maybe I just dropped a maker beam screw. There's a dead stink bug. Well, I'm glad it's dead. I don't know how it got here. That is a dead fucking stink bug, huh? You know what? You do you, stink bug. It seems to be having the time of its life. I'm not going to interrupt. Who am I to judge? Yep, that's the part. The only problem is I had to I had to put an end mill on the end of the drill in order to do the screw standoffs, which is a great way to put a too large of a hole through your 3D print. I probably should have just gotten new hardware, new bolts for this, and just not had standoff material in these. But this is a total of 20 hours of fucking printing. 20 hours of printing. 5, 4, 8, 12, 16, and then a couple hours sprinkled between them. It turns out these are not centered. They're not centered. So I had to break the mirror dependencies and then move them an arbitrary standoff from, I took the edge as my datum and then moved them. And luckily, because of the way we structured this part, all of this stuff moved. I just had to scooch the box over a little bit. I had to give it a parameter and everything worked out. But anyway, those are printed. That was Wednesday. Right now I've got a 14-hour print going for the back piece, which this was supposed to be done by today, but my printer decided to have a nice little offset error. And what I think is happening is because of this unique fill pattern, it probably, as it's wiggling its way across this, either something goes out of whack or something catches it and makes it kind of suck. So this thing is a big print, and it doesn't have the inlet or the outlet for any of the stuff. So I'm probably going to end up having to print it again, but it does fit. That was the important part, is that even with the offset, it fits. So I'll have to glue a magnet inside of here somewhere in order to click it on so that it stays in place. And I'll have to bend off the little metal pieces that are on this. Or I could actually design this, but yeah, anyway, it's going all right. We're gonna put all this stuff together, and then I got some ideas, chat. I had some ideas because I got some parts in. I just wanna give you guys a taste of what's to come. Give you guys a little taste of what's to come. So we gotta get this water cooling system together, at least in its initial state. I still have parts coming in the mail, but these are little distribution blocks that I bought. Little distribution blocks, and I think I had a shopping cart error. I think I had a little shopping cart error because I got 3. Why did I get 3? I don't know. Because okay, it's a distribution block, right? It's supposed to feed 3 devices. So you would have 2 at each thing, and then you would have 1 do the outlets and the other one do the inlets, right? These little $6 for each of these. I just had to wait a little while for them. Yeah, these are adorable. These are super cool. But yeah, these little distribution water cooling blocks. Hey, cool, right? Yeah, we can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. Well, why did I get 3? Well, I'm like, I don't know why I did this. And I think I had some kind of justification for it. But in the end, I started thinking, chat. I started having a thought. And I took a look at these little laser diode carriers. Turns out, they're very close to the same size. In fact, I think all I have to do is just dredge this out just a little tiny bit, which will also cut off the ends of these tubes. The only problem is that I don't have an inside radius tool to go in and widen the inside. But if I can pop this little guy in here and get the laser mounted like this, I have a block that can surround it with mounts. I could probably pop these out and thread them and turn them into mounts if I wanted to. And an inlet and an outlet that would put water right across the main part of the laser. So if we can make these two compatible without cutting off water flow, gotta figure that one out, then we can have a nice block that'll water cool the laser. What's chat saying? Returning from the astral plane of IT administration hell. Windows what? L2TP connections. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad I can give you a little mental break. We're doing parts assembly and stuff. This is soothing to me. This is soothing in spite of all of the curses and the weird stuff that I have to deal with. Not having to deal with IT administration is one of the advantages of being your own contractor, boss. So I can sit here and I can say, today this will be fun. And you guys have fun because I'm having fun. Fun, fun, fun. Fun. Anyway, all right. We can figure out all the places I made massive mistakes. Yeah, you're your own boss, and their boss, and their boss, and their boss, and their boss. All right, it was one of the screws. It was one of the screws. Somewhere on the filthy floors of the dead stink bug, I need to find the screw that I just dropped. Lord knows where the hell it goes. So yeah, to remind everybody, tomorrow we are going to be doing the My Summer Car Rally again. I have reassembled the pedal box to be a little bit lower because I kicked it to death when we were streaming this before. I'm going to do a different camera angle for that other camera because I don't like looking at the side of my body. But anyway. We'll get that all together, but I need to do a couple chores in my summer car before I do the rally. I need to get the car painted because it's not currently painted. And then I need to buy the last item from the store so that I get the achievement. Where did that fucking screw go? These screws have a particular design to them, and I would very much like to use 4 of them. I would very much like to use 4 of them. I need to vacuum. It's not fair. I finally had time. There it is. Nope, that's not it. That's a totally different screw. Okay, all right, all right. No, that's all right, yeah. Is it actually up here and I just don't know? That was the one I just found. No, no. Under here? Maybe it wandered all the way over here when I was looking at the different, no. I need one! It's one screw! What's chat saying? Thermal handprint. Yeah, you get those. Magnetic floor mat. That's not how that works. God, could you imagine how filthy a silicone floor mat would get? That just fills me with disgust. Get the carcass of that stink bug out of here. Oh my God, these floors are disgusting. I sweep them a lot. I need to steam clean them. Steamed ham clean them. There was apparently a very large Monbazo update, and it's like a different game now. It's not a different game, it just has content that I may need to check out at some point soon. I'm not sure I'm willing to get the steering wheel out for it, but I don't know if I don't want to just jump from My Summer Car to Monbazo, though. I'd like to play a different type of game. Where the fuck did that screw really went far? What the hell? Is it like way over here? Is it stuck to me? No. Dead stink bug is like haunting me. Get out of here, spirit of stink bug past. I'm just glad it never stank bugged. It just died. It mercifully died without releasing stink. Those stupid things. We need whatever snake eats the stink bug, and then we need whatever muskrat eats that snake. We're just gonna have a huge environmental disaster around them. Pennsylvania's gonna like overrun with those fucking things. I don't see it anywhere, guys. I don't. Usually I could just find the screw, right? Usually it's just on the ground, waiting for me, making fun of me, like an asshole. But today it's not. Wait. Haha, gotcha, you little fucker. It went that way. Yeah, then we get birds to eat the snakes, and then we get... The update looks okay. Yeah, tighten up the camera a little bit. Tighten it up just a little bit. Okay, last one. All this to get a particular look that's going to immediately be violated by these guys. Right? So the maker beam screws are going to immediately violate the look of this thing. But I was insistent on using these screws in this way. Whatever works. Okay, so we need 6 of these, but the problem is, you know, now that I've screwed these in, static in the mic. Shook it out. How's that? It seems to have a lower noise floor. I ask how it is and then I don't say anything. I'm totally quiet waiting for an answer. We need to use these guys. We need to use these long maker beam bolts, right? But the problem is, right now, as it is, I've already bolted those here, right? And we were just testing out the size to see that those work. So like, I can't drop this down onto this. And remember, we tried to press fit the mounts on here and we were noodling around with all the hardware. And they don't press fit because they are a rubber trough. And the rubber trough makes a seal, air compresses, and then it uncompresses and pops the thing out again. So the way it is right now, it's got to stay. I guess what I could do is I can insert all the hardware like this. This is going to be a major pain in my ass, by the way. Insert all the hardware and then place the, okay, you know, step 2, get a drill. Fucking A. Okay, the holes are so long that there's a little bit of variation at the top layer, and so that's keeping them from going through. So let's just get a drill bit for these things. You can grow potatoes. So it's not just a pot economy. Let's put the end mills away. All right, drill bit. That'll do. Might be a little wide, but it'll do. I'll just plunge it, and then we'll be done. Oh, that's a lot of wide. Well, whatever. I always undersize my oversized screw holes. And I probably should oversize my oversized screw holes instead of over sizing. All right, there we go. PETG is a little bit of a melty substance. If you want to get good shiny prints, you got to turn the heat up. When you turn the heat up, everything melts down a little bit more. But if you can deal with that, then more power to you. PETG is an extraordinarily strong. Everything you say sounds sexual. Because you have the horny and you need to be bonked. That's your problem. That's a you. That's not a me. That ain't on me. You can't put that evil on me. Now, I could just use a bolt on this thing. But I should put a washer on there to be a nice guy. Because otherwise, the bolt has potential to punch in, and we just want a good friction fit on this thing. So I've got washers sitting all over the place. Question is whether or not I can actually fish them out of this set. I don't know if I'll be able to get consistent washers out of here. I'll just get a set. I got a set of washers. I got a set of washers for you. In this bin that I almost never go into anymore. The old DigiKey screw bin that I ordered 1 billion years ago. And I've just been using as storage and miscellaneous for a long time. So I need 6 of them. I don't know what size they're going to be. Probably these guys down here. I'm running out. I don't know if these will even fit. Yeah, these look too small. Hold on. Test them out. Test them out on one of them in the background here. Yeah, too small. Not large enough. So this is not the right bin. I'm running out of parts in this bin. This bin is full of like English sizes and stuff. I got some drone washers in the drone pill bin. Not many. Maybe I can find like 1 or 2. Yeah, that's not enough either. Nah, not a lot in there. Okay, next one is gonna be one of these guys down here. So, if you were full of washers, which bin would you be? I mean, I could get them from the miscellaneous one. Yeah, there should be some stuff in here. I need 6 of the same washer. I could also use the bolts that have sort of built-in washers. That might be a better solution. I don't know where I don't think I have 6 of them though. So, all right. Just find 6 similar washers from here. See how that goes. One. See how far I get through this before I get bored. Come on, buddy. Here's another one. Chase it down. 2. These aren't going to look very good. They're not going to look very good on the stack here because they're not color coded or anything like that. But I don't know, if I get pissed off enough at them, maybe I can replace the hardware with stuff that's been dyed black or whatever. Make a cover for it. 3. After all, we're just setting up right now in order to have a test bed. So I got to remind myself of that. Although a lot of the parts are coming through as like kind of like finished quality, maybe, or just like acceptable quality. I can, you know, I don't want to spend too much time stressing the visuals. I got to do a bit of that, you know. After all, it is a stream project, and it's not wasting my time because if it looks cool, that attracts people. Buy some bluing solution. We actually figured out how to anodize aluminum here. We know how to do that. I've got all my notes. They're sitting in a bin with all the other parts that allow me to do aluminum anodization. To a degree, one of the things here, I can't show it on the expensive camera. I have to show you guys it right here. This piece right here is actually anodized in the shop. I created a thread adapter that was a female to female, and you know, hey, it doesn't bleed onto, you know, I haven't had dye come off onto my hands or anything like that. Anodized aluminum is basically fabric dye that's being stored inside of the microporous structure of a coated or anodized surface. We call those gender benders. That's a good term for it. I think it's like English to metric because this is a camera mount and then this is a microphone mount. So I had to, you know, get a little freaky with it. Basically, all I did was I did a hexagonal piece and then I ran a trough inside of the hexagonal pieces, and I think I extended the trough out just to like design something on it. I don't have knurling stuff. That's not exactly a lathe, so I did my best. It turned out pretty well though. I was able to I did the troughs, but I also did a little bit of a chamfer on the troughs because I happen to have end mills that did that. So it turned out really nicely. But yeah, anodization is when you put a microporous hardened coating on, not coating, you change the outside grain structure of the aluminum in order to become a microporous, strong, like coating, like universal coating on the outside of the piece, and then you put it in fabric dye that gets into those micropores, and that's how you can get a metal that has a color to it. And that's what we did here, and I did it on a couple other parts for Burn the Subs 3. We'll get back to that, you know, if I'm doing a lot of stuff with aluminum, and because Burn the Subs 3 is going to be the professional presentation of Burn the Subs, and then Burn the Subs 4 I'm hoping is going to be an even crazier robotic thing. But yeah, an aluminum oxide, that's right. Okay, yeah, sorry, yeah, it's a porous aluminum oxide outer layer, and that aluminum oxide is strong. It is a strong layer. I got 4 washers. I need 2 more. 2 more to hang this acrylic thing up on, hoist it up on its own petard. I need 1 more. 1 more. This is the advantage of kind of owning your own shop, is that you kind of know where everything is supposed to be. If I had coworkers in here, I would not be a happy person. I don't think I would be a very happy person. If I had somebody else rattling through and like reorganizing this like bombed out shell of a shop, it's hard, not strong. That's why it scratches. Okay, 6 washers. So in addition to the washers, we need the long bolts that are going to stick out way too far. And I'm going to get annoyed at these, and then I'm going to want to replace them. 3, 4, number 5, and 6. There we go. Those are easy to find because I have too many of them. Rock and stone. Oh, we need the bolts for them too. But yeah, it basically there's a way to do anodization with a slightly less angry acid, and that's what we use. It's like a pool cleaner that you use, and we got that from, like, you know, vague forum posts, and then I kind of vetted out a way to do it. You need to have a beaker with a stirrer and a heater on it as well. And I've got notes on the heat cycles and the amounts that I need to mix with the distilled water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh yes, there you go. All right. What's its Brinell number? This is a quiz. I don't have Google. I ain't got Google. I'm gonna Google. Google gobble. One of us. All right, let's do that. A little bit of this. Yeah, hot sulfuric acid. Yeah, I'm not about to be boiling sulfuric acid in this shop. Although we did get some pretty unique smells out of the pool chemicals. Yeah, I know what it is. You can buy the kit of different scrapers, and they'll determine what the number is depending on what leaves a mark. Hey, Jacose. Oh, it's you. I'm gonna greet everybody like Fleetari. Hey, Glumpsy. I was thinking of renaming my character to Glumpsy. That's what it's gonna look like, huh? Only the bolts are gonna stick out way further. I guess I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this. I would love to have blackened hardware on that, but it's not a necessity. You're talking about weird smells, so I kind of had to. Oh yeah, that's right. I always forget when I prompt. Listen, guys, I don't really even listen to myself talking. I just go. It's a certain quality of streamers. So when you guys do something that's actually after something that I said, like it's gone. As soon as I say something, it's almost immediately gone out of my brain. It's a bad habit. But I gotta keep the conversation rolling. I'm out here all alone. I'm out here all on my own. No backup. That's why it's good when I get Julian in here, because Julian at least has, he can be the foil, and then I can actually concentrate on working. He's good at that too. He's been in radio, so he knows how to be the foil. Although I shouldn't rely on him to be the foil all the time. I'll probably try to be a little bit more silly next time. All right, so 6 fasteners. Now this is going to be a major pain in my ass because I got to slide these onto the maker beams. This order of operations is totally off. This is completely and utterly bad order of operations, but it just happens to be the organic flow of building a thing. We vetted out those other bolt holes, and I'm too lazy to unbolt them, so I'm going to create 3 times as much work for myself by having to slide them onto the rails 2 at a time. More Julian music. Hey, you can go find him under whatever that name was that he's producing that music under. You can find Radioactive Sandwich, and then there's probably a reference somewhere to his alternative sort of little spin-off project. He's currently learning the Norn, which I'm excited for. Oh god, this is going to be really difficult. Yeah, there's another, it's not just Radioactive Sandwich. I linked it during that stream, but there we go. Yeah, there's a little bit of wiggle room in these mounts, which is good. Which is entirely necessary. I have currently going right now is a 14-hour print to make that base plate that the electronics will all mount to. These were 20-ish hours of printing. All in the fancy schmancy translucent material. See, these don't do that turn. And they get caught at a 45-degree angle. Then I gotta be the one to come in here and make sure they do what they gotta do. Make sure they got it actually fit to the thing. There we go. That's number 2. Here's number 3. So what's happening is, here, get you guys a little closer where the light is. What's happening is I need to slide this down onto both of these at the same time, and they need to both equally fit into the slot, and they fight. They fight and they fight and they fight. But once I get over that, it'll just slide into place, and then I can torque down everybody. See, this is what happens. They get NPS Stewart, hey, 30 months. Wow, 30 months, dude. Thank you so much. NPS Stewart, I really appreciate the continued support of a guy just screwing around in a shop trying to build cool stuff for an audience. Because it's a weird thing we've got going on here, guys. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you guys have fully realized how unique this is. Oh, god damn it. It's like stuck. What's happening? I don't want to like hurt myself. I think this got stuck. That should loosen it up. Nope. Oh, maybe it's like just fully not moving. Son of a bitch. All right, hold on. Yeah, this one is definitely stuck. There. Wait, which one of you is... What the fuck? What the... What? There we go. Okay. Stuff gets out of alignment with MakerBeam, and then it just like locks up. It's kind of a unique beast in and of itself. All right. Then there's that. God damn it. Baldengineer. Hey, a rate of that many fucking people? What are you doing? Streaming to that many people? That should be illegal. All right, Baldengineer, how you doing? I guess I gotta introduce you guys just during the worst part of the operation right now. Hold on, I gotta curse at this thing a little bit before it starts cooperating. Maybe if I push down like this, it'll all break. And then I'll finally be free. Why is this like, it's getting stuck here? And it should be sliding. All right, what are we doing? What's going on? So I'm trying to mount an EKWB reservoir to the control panel for Burn the Subs. You see, we've gotten some prints done, and we're picking up where we left off last stream. I tried to clean up a little bit. Burn the Subs is a giant board on my wall, and actually the board itself I recently procured from Lidith, Pennsylvania. Not that the details matter, but the guy had like kind of a cool little like kit shop that did a lot of different live edge and epoxy boards and stuff like that. So we're reinventing the XY axis with all the old parts and then a bunch of 3D printed stuff so that things are a little bit more stable. That's kind of important to me because we had problems with the other board for the 2.5 years that the other board was working. So we're taking probably like more months than I would really like to, but we are taking our time and we're getting it right this time. And so what I'm trying to do is make a unified control board that looks cool, that has plugs on the ends where I can unplug everything if I need to do maintenance. And so in doing so, we're doing a bunch of 3D printed parts. Last stream, which should have been Thursday, but instead was Tuesday. On Tuesday's stream, we actually did a lot of Fusion 360 and designing actual solids that would go into the thing. I had been 3D printing them Wednesday and Thursday. About 20 hours of printing have occurred so far, not concurrent and not as easy as it sounds. It's not literally just me pouring time into it. There's actually a lot of effort that goes into that, as well as on Thursday, I did like 30% of the 14-hour print, and then it had a little shift to the side, which was bad, but it did give me an opportunity to measure some stuff that I was hoping the dimensions would come out for, and it turns out they did. So we're full force ahead. I am setting up right now to do a water cooling test of having water lines that go all the way out to the laser. And if you can see on Burn the Subs, the control panel is going all the way out past where that writing is on the board, right? Board is huge, so there's actually quite a bit of distance to cover between the control panel and the laser, which is that little black thing with the wire coming out of the right side of it. So the water tube has to come all the way towards us, then back a little bit to get to the axis. Then it needs to go up all the way almost to the top of the board and then back down to where the laser actually is, if we're going to water cool the laser. I would very much like to do that. I know the tube's going to get completely covered in dust. Silicone tube and dust is disgusting. But it's the reality of what we're doing. So what we're doing right now is we're setting up to test that system. I need to know whether or not I'm going to do 1 powerful pump, 2 low power pumps, or 1 low power pump. I only have the 1 low power pump here right now. I've ordered a larger pump, and then we can flip the lines around in order to try to test both of them out. But yeah, we're setting up a little bit of the mechanicals here in order to figure all this stuff out. So thank you for the raid. Thank you for some extra people to hang out with us on a Friday and do a little bit of assembly, which to me, this is like doing yoga. This is Zen to me. I love doing this kind of stuff. It's little puzzles that you're trying to solve, frustrations and setups and payoffs. You know, everybody on Twitch is streaming games, right? Games do this for you. They give you all of this stimuli. All the stimuli you get from building things come automatically baked into a game. What's up, NPS? Yeah, that's right. You're a Rabaz person as well. How you doing? We had Rabaz checking out the game stream on Saturday. That was cool. That was cool of him. Unfortunately, I did not put my best foot forward because the beginning of our gaming, we've seen you play Satisfactory. Listen here, you little shit. That was the fastest I've ever turned on a chat member before. I didn't put my best foot forward for Rabaz. He's like, oh yes, let me look at this wheel and see what it's all about. And I'm sitting here like, oh my God, nothing is working. I can't assign controls. And I'm like reprogramming the Arduino. Oh God, it was bad. But anyway, we ended up doing the rally a little bit. I'm revisiting that on Saturday. I want to revisit that on Saturday because I can do better. I can do better. I can do better on the rally and everything. I loosened up the rear suspension and now the car just tracks. It's like a bona fide rally car. So I'm excited about trying that out. So what is happening here? Why is this not advancing on these? Now the easier way to do this would not to be just freaking dumb like I am, and just get it over with and unscrew the 4 on the outside, which we're close to doing. I'm close to doing that. Well, okay, so the patience is different. I think he probably does have it in him to be that patient. It's just my specific setup required me to redo some stuff, and mine was built from the ground up out of car parts. So there's a little bit of a difference. All right, I'm unscrewing the reservoir. This is getting ridiculous. We got to get it all the way up to the top of this mount, so I'm calling it off here. You're a loose cannon. But I can solve the case, boss. I just got to follow up on this one lead. I can't deal with this kind of property damage in my precinct. Turn in your badge and your gun and get the fuck out of my office. This is the last big mistake you'll ever make, boss. Oh, that one's unscrewing all the way. That's all right. Let's get this thing actually mounted. It got caught. Probably some misalignment of some piece that, you know, the 3D printer didn't like very much or whatever. Or maybe as I'm trying to move, as I'm trying to slide these, they get crooked and then they end up biting in to the rail. But you'll never work in this town again as like Hollywood. I'll never ejaculate into this plant in Hollywood again. Damn it. Come on, man. Do your thing. Slide down the rail. Slide down the rail, Okay, wait, no. Almost. I think this one needs to be way... Yeah, there's like a bend in the print, I think. Now, it is just... God damn it. It's just these things getting misaligned. I just need to slide the fasteners all the way out, and then I'll be able to kind of like move it around. Watch you play dozens or hundreds of hours of my summer car. Had the persistence to play 13. Never come close to the car running. I love that game. We're going to do more of it. I got to do some chores in my summer car because we got to repaint the car and everything. That was a Harvey Weinstein joke. Anyway. Yeah, see what happens is with these long fasteners is they get a little crooked, and so you're trying to push them like from up here, and like here I can't move that. So I just need to move these up to where they finally mount. They're not as flexible as the short ones. Now we could have built that into the print. I could have built that into the print to try to make shorter fasteners for this. Or I mean, maybe I could have widened the hole all the way up and then narrowed it down just a little bit. Soap in the rail. I don't want to clean that up. Are you gonna clean it up? Are you gonna come over here? Are you gonna clean up my shop for me with soap in my soap in my rails? That sounds like something that I should not Google. All right. Doot. FK is like, maybe I will. Maybe I will go to your shop, clean it up. You fucking know me. Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't put anything back in the right place. Where did this go? Oh my God, these things are impossible. Wow. Okay, maker beam, long fasteners, not compatible, not easy to work with. These need to be in like micro alignment in order for me to put this thing back together. All in a dumpster. You want to fucking fight? You want to fucking fight? Oh, God damn it. Look at that. And then it locks itself in place. It just locks itself right in place. What a bastard. All right, well, we can get it close, and then I can still mount it. But man, that's okay. That's a point of I put it on backwards. I put it on upside down. It's upside down. I gotta. No, drilling it out won't help. This is something that these fasteners do. If I push this up here, it doesn't move. See that? That doesn't move. They need to be pushed from right next to the bottom of the rail. Yeah, it would be, I know, lubricant added to the rail would actually be a way to solve it. I don't need to involve, we don't need to involve lubricant into this transaction right now. I'll just get it right and assemble it. Keep it English. I can't moderate. Jose, you've got a problem with comments getting into the wrong windows. You've done that before. No! My nut. It's gone forever. I don't know where it went. I didn't even hear it hit the floor. Luckily, we got some extras. Go. Yeah, the wooden toolbox is not as prominently featured around here, is it? My monitor, my other monitor, my little status monitor covers it up. The tool, like the rack mount in the corner is the feature that's in the corner. I used to have the toolbox there, and then it was a little bit more prominent. Because it looks, I mean, it's a nice, like, it's a visual thing. It looks cool. Where did the maker beam wrench go? Stream's over. I can't find the maker beam wrench. What I do? Oh, there it is. It's way over there. Got it. There's like Blue's Clues around here. There's like Blue's Clues for the next generation. Where the fuck is my wrench? I see it. Can you find Oh Bother's wrench before he has an aneurysm out of rage? All right, put this over to the other side. Just put this, just make sure I don't drop these into oblivion. Get a little bit of it, a little bit of the next one. My hair's in the way. I like move my head around and get the weird angles, the stuff you don't see YouTubers doing when they get these shots. Like you see this wonderful shot of the person's arms doing stuff, and what you're missing is that person is like this. Like looking into a little video monitor. You guys a little closer. A little closer. All right, let's move these three of these things all the way up to the top there. We'll line them up with the other ones. And then we can put the reservoir in. This is the problem with having two distinct brackets on this thing. As well as just, I don't know, just, you know, you can work around all these little engineering annoyances if you really want to. And by all means, I should have, but here we are. Here we are. Ooh, that was scrapey. So get one of these, get one of these, Get one of these. And is that one's upside down? I need chat. I need to flip this one to the other side. They're not universal anymore. They're not universal. What am I doing here? Why are we doing this? That's the problem with the asymmetry of this thing. It's going to cause me problems throughout the entire assembly process. Move this over to here. And these aren't going to move. I need to move them by gripping them at the bottom. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. All the just the little things of working with the Maker Beam system with our specific setup. What's up, King? I'm not muscular enough to do the "What's up, King" meme. Which one of y'all is responsible for this? Hold on. Why is this fighting me? Stop it. There we go. All right, that's one of them. Oh no. Moves in one direction, but not the other. Because it doesn't push from the bottom. I don't know why you would think that I'm here to troubleshoot your computer, but I do have a Discord where you can ask questions like that. It's weird, because like every now and then we get people who are like, I need help with my computer, and it's like, I'm streaming science and technology, but like, that's like asking your gardener if they like, well, no, that's not a good one. I don't know. It's like asking a comedy writer if they can, like a stand-up comedian, if they can write a script. Yeah, I probably have all the pieces. I probably have all the pieces to put together some kind of a knowledge base on what you're looking for, but it's really not in my skill set. That's not why I'm here. Look what these are doing. They're like shaking their way down the rail as they tilt back and forth. So they're doing that like it's like a penguin thing, like a penguin toy back in the 80s or 90s. Actually, they move really easily with this tool. That's odd. Look at that. I had so much trouble moving them before, and now I just use that tool and move them around. This thing has like a little bolt hole like at the back of it, so the whole thing slides up and down. Based off your bio, may I get on a watch list if I ask about what you could build? Probably. I don't know. Probably not. I don't think they care enough about what I do. You know, you're supposed to, like, if you're posting stuff on social media and stuff, you're supposed to, like, declare it. And when I left that job, I declared, you know, what I was planning to possibly get into. And they were like, all right, that was it. So, whatever. I don't have enough of a presence. I don't think you guys know how small this channel actually is. We don't exist. All right, approximately even. Nope. These will go down a little further. Oh, whoa. So, about there. Probably about right there. I might need to be moved around, but these things are being amicable right now, which is nice. That's kind of rare. Even if you did, people like Destin from Smarter Every Day are in a very similar situation. Yeah, maybe so. He didn't he make it big off of a Dragon's Breath video? That was the one that went viral when they were shooting Dragon's Breath in the woods like a bunch of lunatics. I had an opportunity to do a little email chain with Destin back when he was getting big, because he was, you know, submitting stuff to Hackaday to be written. So I had a little back and forth with him. He's a cool guy. He's a very cool guy. Sorry, Jacose, but I'm not going to do that. Fucker. Okay, let's get this thing on mounted. God, it's dirty inside. Ew. Just like my soul. You work for the DOD. I didn't know that. Seems like the type. It doesn't surprise me. All right, hopefully these find their holes. It was barely even sticking out. All right, hold on. Put that one in here. I can't even like hint at what I'm not allowed to tell you guys, you know? It's just one of those situations where it's just a complete avoidance subject. And I'm very good at deflecting. So I'm not threatened by you guys. But there's been a lot of questions about watch lists, and you know, it's just not really gonna happen. I'm not out here like the art of cooking and IEDs, you know? We're not doing anything like that. You can't get the scrolls to line up. There we go. That lined up. That lined up just fine. That lined it up. These are like hilariously short screws. That's part of what we're battling here. They're very tiny screws. I don't really know if I should be using them. They're really meant to go through a sheet, like some sheet metal, not through 5 millimeters of 3D print. So part of this is, you know, this is on me for designing this dumb. I wouldn't know the first thing about how DoD is structured. I think our unit was part of DoD. Yeah, we were part of JIADO for a little while. The Joint IED Defeat Effort. And that's technically DoD. But I think Destin was making content like before I even started working there. Please don't do speaking of IEDs. They were disarmed. We were sent electronics and stuff, although I did work with explosives occasionally, but not like you'd think. This is a different fastener. No, they're not gonna fucking send a bunch of technicians and engineers live explosives, man. That's just like, just think about that. Like, they're not gonna do that. That's just not gonna happen, man. All right, so reservoir. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Here. Let's move the light a little bit so you guys can see what I'm looking at. And let me focus the camera because that's, you know, part and parcel of the entire stream is you guys have a feed on what I'm doing. So yeah, there's the reservoir, and that's not going to go anywhere. I mean, that's really solidly mounted in there. I don't know, the rubber grommet system that this thing uses it's a little bit much, but I think this will be pretty good. I mean, this will sit at the top of Burn the Subs, and it'll cool everything. We don't even need a radiator with this thing. I mean, just having this amount of liquid associated with all the rest of this stuff is enough to cool it. It's not like I'm running this thing 24 hours a day. We're gonna give it a radiator just because we're nice people. But yeah, I mean, geez, this thing. And I gotta wash it. This thing is filthy. It's disgusting in there. Oh my God. All right, so right up at the top of Burn the Subs, we've got that reservoir. And right now, the only way to hold on to the radiator is to mount it directly to the reservoir. The fittings that I'm going to use are solid fittings, but they've got flexible joints in them, so that radiator is going to tend to just be like bleh. And I don't have the platen printed out for all the electronics. I wanted to have all this stuff ready to go for today, but you know, bygones being bygones, I just didn't get around to it. So what I'm going to do is we're going to mount this stuff. We're going to plug off the holes that we don't need in the reservoir. We're going to add the pump, and then we're going to wire up a test in order to see how the system runs and see what kind of flows we get throughout the whole thing. The water is going to be absolutely filthy, but we should at least be able to get an impression of what this thing is capable of. And I'm going to remember to hydrate. So because of the difference in height of the two things, I'm not just using two right angle adapters. I'm using a right angle and a 45-degree adapter, and then a gender bender at the end, because that basically puts it back into the solid radiator again. But what that does is that gives me a little extra height between the two. I mean, if I really had room, I could do a right angle to a right angle, and then this thing would sit lower Let's try that maybe. Let's just see what that is. Let's just see what that is. Let's see how that turns out. I'm gonna do a right angle into a gender changer, or bender, I guess I'm supposed to call it. And then I'll do another right angle, and we'll see where that puts everything. Everybody's using up their channel points. I have to start like changing. I have to start messing with the economy here, the channel point economy. I think I might need to raise prices a little bit. You guys are going to be setting off a fartalanche every single stream. Yes, this will be the best Twitch-enabled wood-burning machine ever to grace Oh Bother's wall. That was the wrong fitting that I just screwed that into. I'm working on that right now. Hold on, let's get you guys a little bit more of an eye in the sky view while I do this. A little bit more of an eye in the sky. Eye in the sky chat. So like this. I'm eyeing the sky chat. All right, let's see what we can get here. Screw that in. And this one, yeah, I can't screw it in because it needs to be screwed in to fit. I did not give it enough room. Oh boy. I didn't give it enough room to screw in the fitting. I guess when everything is said and done, it'll be in the right spot, but all right, well, that means I gotta undo this side and then I can put the fitting on there because the rail's right behind it. How could I have anticipated? It was all in CAD. It was all in CAD. I should have anticipated this. It was all right there. It was all by my design. God damn it. I heard where that went. Hold on. I heard where that went. Yeah. Got him. 901 times. Wait, what was 900? It was the previous drop? That was earlier today. 900 things dropped on the floor, chat. Of course, it helps that I'm screwing this in like 300 millimeters above the desk. That's over 900. There you go. There's all the memes out of the way. Hey, Kindergarten Kitten. Thank you for subbing for 17 months. Hey, that's awesome. 17 months is a sizable chunk of time. And I appreciate you donating your tier 1 to my efforts for that long. Remember when member chat? Remember when people subbed to Twitch just to support the artist? Not to defeat ads? Or play into some psychological relationship? I feel like there's more of that around here than with some other streams, but man. Although there are some people that sub just because they like my emotes, and I love that. I need to go back and do some pixel art. I need to make some more emotes. I have ideas, chat. I have ideas in my head of what I want to get out of some emotes. I got to remove the whole thing and then put it all back on there. M. Dillon, thank you for following. Did I get that right? Yeah, M. Dillon. Dillon. What the hell? NPS is just like firing all of the DJ Demo, huh? That's a cool Squirtle emote. I like the animated Squirtle. I sub so the streamer won't hate me. Yeah, it's, you know, whatever harebrained theory you got going on. Ain't my fault. Blah, 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 blah. So this goes here. I'm doing 2 right angles on this one. And what does that do? Well, that puts the reservoir even with the back of the... And then I've got room here for, I guess, like a narrow 60 millimeter fan and maybe a grating over top of it. I could try doing it this way. We might not have much room for a pump. We won't be able to get pumped. We won't be able to pump, chat. But it would mean I need to 3D print a little less because it's closer to the brackets. We'll try this for now. I'm going to try this for now. And I'm going to put the 2 plugs back in. Because this is the return line. Everything goes to the radiator before it returns to the reservoir. Even though the order actually doesn't technically matter. I'll read you guys in just a minute. I'm just working. Father's working. Bothers teaching stuff. Don't watch Prime or Twitch to be annoyed enough to pay to get rid of them. Sub remains so I can toss them at you. I appreciate that. I do. I like that sentiment. I also, honestly, I don't mind if you guys just sub for the emotes. That's okay. Maybe you don't want to support me. Maybe you want to actively sabotage me by subbing to my channel. That actually seems to be some people's strategy. I can't keep up with the arms race between all the different ad blockers and Twitch screwing with their system. I just can't do it anymore. It's yeah, it's unfortunate, but all right. So we've got a send and a return, right? We got a send and a return, and the cool thing is these neat little distribution blocks are almost the size of the laser. So I figure what I can do is I can pop one of these suckers onto the mill, get it nice and aligned and flat, drop an end mill into this, and then the laser barely fits into there. And I need to put Teflon tape on the threads of the laser holder and stuff like that. So the end of the laser sticks out here and I can adjust focus, but we've got this acting as a jacket that sits around the thing. Now, I don't have a lathe. I don't have anything that I can do an inside radius on this. If I had a lathe, I would be tempted to do like a thread between this tube and this tube and just have a nice little wrap around of the thing. Hey, Metric Fox, how you doing? But I mean, this is already pretty weird. So I think what I need to do is take an end mill and drop it down here, and then maybe a ream. I've got reams that I've never used. Maybe a ream, and that'll get rid of the ends of the tubes down here. And hopefully, and I'm not too confident, I'll have a little bit of a space that water can get through and propagate through this thing. And if that doesn't work, I don't know what to do after that. Maybe spend some quality time with a Dremel and Dremel out the inside there so that there is a path for fluid to flow from one nipple to the other. That sounds like my weekend plans, but still. And then I don't know if I want to like maybe pull some of these out and convert them into threaded holes that can mount the thing. Having a mounting hole that also will leak is probably a bad idea. This is just like the start of an idea, you know? The other idea is that I take a laser carrier like this and I just simply wrap a brass tube around it. That's what some people have done. You just take a brass tube, you just wrap it around there a couple times, and that's it. So yeah, that's the debate. I've got enough room for the pump, I think, with this thing mounted with the two right angles. If we need to, I can do the 45 degree, and that pushes this forward a little bit more. But I think we have room for a pump mount. We're just going to try to do a test with this stuff that we have out in front of us right now. So I'm going to cap off the end of the distribution block. So cap that off, and then we need a male-to-male airmail. That's from a Red Letter Media thing a long time ago. I thought I had another one. If I don't have another one, I'm gonna be pissed off. Oh no, I'm gonna be pissed off. I have other ones. Hold on, let me go find it. It's probably in the water cooling bin. Oh god, there's a lot of stuff on top of the water cooling bin. I gotta move the stuff from the top of the water cooling bin. I gotta grab the water cooling bin. I gotta move it all the way over to here. I gotta look around in here for the thing. All right, let's see. What do we got? I thought I had more than one. Pretty sure that I do. Oh yeah, we need this setup too. Because we have to run water through. Okay, now everything in here is wet. Good work. Good work. I blame chat. For what just happened. All right. We need to run the water cooling stuff through an incredibly large amount of tubes. A long distance so that we can figure out whether or not it works. I don't see any more of those. Did I only buy one? I thought I had multiple. I could have sworn that I had multiples. Oh, this is going to be a gross spin for a little while because of the water. What happened to my other water cooling fittings, damn it? I think there's some on the computer over there. Yeah, I'll have to go look for them. Okay, hold on. Okay. Over here, I have tube fitting. None of the male to males, huh? I had one of them. I don't see any others. Oh, that's not good. All right. We're gonna have to improvise. Well, that's not as difficult of an improvisation as it sounds, but I was basically hoping to do pump outlet to the thing and then et cetera, et cetera. Just fish around a little bit here and see if I've got another. I could have sworn I had more than one, right? None of the others are in use. That one was in use as a, for the original Burn the Subs. I wouldn't have bought just one. Well, maybe I did. Maybe I did. Never underestimate the ability of me to not get a crucial part later on in the project. Water cooling. These are for solid hose. These need to go to... Oh, that's right. They're in a different bin. That's where they are. They're with the hardcore water cooling project. Let me dredge that up. I still have the really nice motherboard and CPU with the water block and the Noctua air cooler. But I'm eventually going to swap into my desktop. But I thought I'd be able to get a graphics card. Ha! So I'm gonna go check that out because I think there might be one of those male to males in that. I think. Make sure one isn't already installed in something. What? That? The fuck was that? My own shop is attacking me. I tried to neaten up ahead of stream and I didn't really get very far. Bop. Got him. All right, back over to here. It's like way off in the corner of the shop. Son of the bitch. Rolled over the cable with my... Okay. I'm good. All right. Where's all that computer stuff? Where's all that computer crap? That would be this bin. Well, partially that bin. There's no water cooling stuff in there anymore. I got all that nice RAM and everything. I need to just bite the bullet. I should have done that as soon as I came back from vacation. I should have just ripped my computer apart and then swapped all of the super nice motherboard, processor, and RAM over to that, and just started anew. Start anew. Anew what? Sorry for what? All right, let's move this stuff over here, out of the way. It's a much larger. I don't have space. I don't have space for anything, chat. Nothing actually technically fits in here. Okay. Yes. What are you? Ah, it's female to female. That's the wrong kind. I have water blocks for both the GTX 970 and the 1080 FTW. Those are 245 degrees. What are you? No! Tube fitting. Ah, son of a bitch. I don't have another male to male. I'm gonna have to find one. Damn, I was hoping that would be a nice tight fit that for the distribution block. All right, so we'll just set something up that's kind of a little crazy, but it should be all right. What about all the Keurig parts? There are a lot of cool things in the Keurig parts. Let's take a look at those. What? Yeah, the bin's full of stuff. I try to organize it like that. Let me sniff you. Purge. All right. Ever make a custom water cooling system with a refrigeration system to cool water with in the reservoir? Yes, actually, I have done that. Yeah. If FK Productions is around, it's probably not. It's probably busy. But he can attest to the fact that I had a water loop in my computer. This is in the early 2000s. I had a water loop in the computer that then went out to a chilled bath. Yeah, you're still here. A chilled bath that barely worked with its own pump. So I would be circulating the water into a little tub that then, what was it? A little tub that had a refrigeration wrapped around it, but it didn't work. It didn't really work that well. It was good because my computer didn't have a reservoir, because I'm so smart that I figured that the computer didn't need a reservoir. It did. It got hot, and then everything would expand, and then it would crack the acrylic on my danger den thing. The tub on your windowsill. I remember it being on the floor, but it might have also been on the windowsill. I had two like quick connects that went up to it. Yeah. It was like a whole like refrigerator. It was a piece of lab equipment, and if I had the wherewithal to put more refrigerant in it, then I would have been in better shape. It would have actually worked. But c'est la vie, whatever. All right, I'm looking for the bin. Oh, there it is. The bin that has all these weird fittings from the Keurig. If you guys ever have a broken Keurig or a Keurig that's sat for a certain amount of time, the way the Keurig works is that it draws water into a reservoir and then heats it, and then it adds water to that reservoir to make the different cup sizes. So you have a boiling reservoir of your smallest cup size. It will then add water to the smallest cup size until it reaches the point of contact representing one of the three sizes, right? And then it distributes, or it gives you most of the water in the reservoir, keeps a little bit for itself, refills the reservoir, and then boils that. The point is, there's always a little bit of water. It's like holistic medicine. There's always a little bit of that first cup of water in the Keurig. So if your Keurig is sat for any extended period of time, it is liable to be full of all kinds of terrible bacteria. So do not use a Keurig that's sat for years. Or if you do, run a lot of vinegar through it, and even then it might not really work. Thought you had the same humor as Rabaz. What a bummer. You said, let me lick you into chat. What do you expect me to fucking, or sniff you, or whatever the fuck? Yeah, it was, it wasn't on the top of the machine was those clear PVCs, and then I had the big orange valve that you could flip and then send the loop out to wherever. Yeah, Lone Star with a Prime for 23 months. Hey, thank you so much. God forbid I think a project is dumb around here. Yeah, you know. Ba 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 ba. Thank you for the 23 months. Pop, back over to here. Look at this. These are all the internals that I kept from a Keurig. I mean, liquid cooling has its own set of things that you got to worry about, you know? I've been doing it for a long time. I enjoy doing it. This isn't a practical project, you know? We're just screwing around. This is a stepper motor thing. But I got all kinds of stuff here. Most of the tubing inside the Keurig is high temperature, and they got a bunch of different cool little pumps in there, but all these pumps are just universal DC motors. So, but yeah, this would be the inlet. I don't think there's much that we can use out of the Keurig, although some of the tubes are kind of cool, like the ones that you can get really tight radius bends out of. There's some cool little tubes in this thing. This is like a double, I think it's double check valve. So they wanted to keep flow high enough, but they wanted to have a check valve so the whole machine didn't puke its guts when you pull the reservoir out. So they did 2 check valves instead of 1. Yeah, there's a Keurig is a very complicated machine, it turns out. And we found a lot of very cool stuff inside of it. And I actually, speaking of projects where people would, for some reason, get angry at me for my own pacing of my content, basically, we took the whole thing apart, and then I put it back together on a little maker beam frame. So it looked like a big Frankenstein thing. It looked like a big chemistry set. Some people are getting mad at me, like, when is Bother going to get back to normal content? Like, what? Like, dude. But yeah, it's a Keurig is kind of cool. I now know exactly how a Keurig works. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to use any of these tubes, but they're pretty cool. Yeah, we got water all over the place too. People seem to not be able to handle the fact that I consider this workbench and it's a disposable surface. Wait, is there anything else that we can get from this? I wanted to take a look at the Keurig parts because there were some cool things in there, but I forgot that the pumps were actually just motor driven. Oh, this bin. I need to like wash everything in this bin. I got like little like Venturi valves and check valves and stuff. I don't think I can use any of that. None of the water cooling stuff really came to be for this. Although some of these lengths of tubing are the right, kind of close to the right thing. They're a little larger than your typical. Yeah, I have all the VODs. I have them. They're on the drive, and I can start. I'm setting up to start uploading them. It's just going to be a kind of a Herculean effort. Maybe I got to wait until all my roommates go away, and then I'll just set up shop, take like a week-long break from streaming, and just point people at the VOD section. These are solenoids. I don't really think we need these solenoids, but they're cool. Can't handle uncapped beverages near the keyboard. I don't have to tell you. Oh god, that was a lot of ice. Ah! My mouth is frozen. I'm not going to be able to talk properly for like 20 minutes. Oh! What have you done to me? Okay. 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 YouTube VOD channel. My regular YouTube doesn't have any content in it, so that's where it's gonna go. And I'll have to start playlisting things out and listing them properly. Basically, I gotta cut all the music off. I gotta cut all the music out. YouTube is scary. I don't know. That's like kind of why I don't want to post stuff on YouTube, just because it'll be like, hey, I own all your content now because you decided to use audio frequencies, you dumb bastard. And then I got to deal with that, you know? And then I got to make one of those videos where I'm like, my content is going away because of these guys. It's the cycle. Everybody does it, apparently. I think I need a right angle on the end of this, and then I'll put this guy on there. That's the only other right angle that I have. Are you kidding me? I thought I had like 10 of these things. I was using them all over the place in the water cooling. Where could they have fucking gone? I am so angry right now. All right. I'm calm and I'm collected and I'm cool and I don't need nothing that'll set me off. I'm a Twitch streamer. I got that constitution of being able to deal with frustration and patience, and I am very angry right now because I can't find any of my water cooling shit. I don't know where it all went. I didn't exactly collect it over here, but I've looked at all the drop points of all my water cooling gear, and I'm not finding it. Maybe I just need to order more stuff. It's not like I exactly have like a grab bag of water cooling things, and I probably used a lot of these parts as 90-degree things. Yeah, that's the thermal cam thing. It's a bit prohibitively expensive for the average hobbyist, but it's cool. All right, so regardless, we've been able to set up a test of this stuff before, so we'll do it again. All I need to do is be able to set up a distance test on the small tubing with the distribution manifold. I don't think I really need this. I just thought this thing was cool. Yeah, it doesn't even fit with this size. All right, whatever. We're using thinner-walled stuff. Thin-walled stuff today for our thin skin. You go over there. All right. So this is the inlet. That's the outlet. Or no, this is the inlet. This is the outlet. So this is where this one goes to the distribution block. Goes to the... Look at how many parts I had to do when I couldn't find the right thing, and I got to do this. This little clown pipe. What the fuck? Like a traffic light. Damn it! I'll have to buy some. I'll have to buy some adapters. Fear not, I shall buy some adapters. This one's got the full GIMP mask on. Jesus. All right, so let's do... This one goes from pump to pump, pump there. We'll do right angle there. We'll do the dragon one. Micro Center ran out of fittings and I needed a 90-degree angle, so I got this one, but never ended up using it in anything. I don't like it. I don't like it. This one there. That doesn't even need a 90-degree angle at this point, actually. Although, I do want to get it down towards the... You know, if we're just going to be laying stuff out, I might as well do it like that. Although that's the outlet... Wait a minute. Drop down. I think the return should go through the reservoir. Wait. Yeah, because the first thing from the reservoir should be the pump. So yeah, this has to be the opposite direction. This has to be the opposite direction. Because I want the pump to take in the stuff from the reservoir, and that way it's got that little bit. It's a very small and cute pump. Yeah, these little, they come in different varieties, right? This one has a little USB plug on it. It's probably more like for your desktop fountain or whatever, but they've got a decent amount of flow, and there are also ones that withstand food-safe temperatures, which are pretty cool. But for my purposes, I found a bunch of these. They're little 5-volt micro pumps. This one has 4 feet. The other one has 3. The one with 3 feet has a GrabCAD model, which means that I can just plug it into Fusion 360 and start designing solids around it. That's the really cool thing. That's the cool one. But that's the cool cat. There he is. Yeah, but anyway, that means that I can start actually designing solids around these things all within my own software, and everything looks good. So that's why I ended up with that one. There is a slightly larger version of that pump, and I have it coming in the mail. I think it'll get here tomorrow. Or today? Might get here today. The slightly larger version of that pump. Because my theory is that I don't exactly have enough head pressure to get water all the way out to the laser from that thing. All the way out to the laser. I don't think that's going to happen, but you know, that's what we're here to test. That thing is bothering me. It's like, hold on. There we go. It was just kind of like getting it twisted. Yeah, so I guess I'm not going to mount it to the 3D print while we're testing, although that would be nice to do. I could try it. Does that look like orthopedic view? Orthodontic view? Ortho? Oh, God. USB cable on a pump. What? That's so weird. I mean, I could put the reservoir in here, but it would be all the way up there, and then getting to the fittings is going to be kind of annoying. We're just trying to get a distance test going here. I don't have much else that I can mount it to, though. How's it going to hold up if I just hold it by that? Yeah, it's going to do that. Yep, it's going to do that. It's going to do one of those. Of course, the more flexibility I give this, that doesn't fill me with confidence. These things haven't leaked in the past, and we're dealing with such low pressures that I don't think anything is going to be too concerning, but well, I guess we'll find out, huh? Should have designed a reservoir mount, but guess we didn't get around to it. So this would be the third fitting, the third large hose fitting, and that is so that the pump gets a large amount of liquid into the impeller, and so we don't have issues with it, I don't know, sucking air and stuff. Things that are theoretic that don't necessarily happen. I guess we could just go straight out from there, just like the other one. So the third fitting is right here. The other fittings I have aren't the right size, and I think I got these from Alpha Cool, and I'll probably have to find more of these if I need them. I don't think I do, though, because we're going right over to this large pump, or large tube size, and then we're just making loops out of that. So I think we're okay on that front. No, but fuck. I need one I don't think I have anything that's going to get down to this size, this outlet size, because we need that outlet to go to the next distribution manifold. I thought I had everything. I was wrong. Okay, let me see here. We can get out of this one. I know we can, chat. We know what we're doing. Sorta. Oh yeah, the other side's a micro pump that I don't know if I'd consider using it, and I don't have a 3D model of it. Is the one that I use in the brewing setup. And these are louder. Although when you put these on rubber mounts, they're much quieter. But these have big NPT fittings, and they are food temperature pumps. But I think that's a little extreme for this. It is a little extreme for this. I don't think we need anything like this. That's way too much for Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs doesn't really even need a pump. It doesn't even need water. But we're having fun. That's all that matters. Or at least some of us are having fun. I think other people are complaining and annoyed with me, but they can be that way. Okay. Any fittings in here? If I could find one more of those brass fittings, I'd be in good shape. But beggars and choosers and all that. Yeah, I've got enough stopper plates for everything. Oh, that's annoying. All right, well, if I can find a piece of tube that goes from the large size to the small size, that would also be acceptable. And I think that might be where the Keurig parts come in. Yeah. Keurig parts to the rescue. Sigma pump grind set. God, the internet is weird. If I could predict what weird phrases the internet would come up with next. Okay. They got tired of alpha and they went to sigma. It's like, what is going on? You kids weren't bullied enough. That to this could possibly do what we needed to do. I'm gonna take apart my old Keurig to fix my smoke machine. Yeah, man. There's a lot of good parts in it. A lot of good stuff. Any other tube size adaptation going on here? I don't think so, but I might be able to find a tube that fits around the... Oh, what's this? Oh, this is another check valve. Such weird parts in that thing. All right, maybe this could do it. Maybe this could do it, because what I have are these larger hose fittings. By followers, don't mind if I ban. Yeah, weird. You know, I wish Twitch would crack down on that. I wish Twitch would crack down on that, because people are out there buying followers. You buy your way into partner. That's pretty fucked up, you know? This shit's pretty fucked up. That robot was my friend. One time we were hanging out and he was like, hey, want to buy followers? Go to this shady link. And I was like, yeah, man, I understand. All right. See that? Weird. Weird. I mean, maybe I could just make it the ultimate. Oh, wait, no, that needs to go to the pump. And the pump needs to go to this. Could I use the big fittings for this? I guess I could. I would free up one of these. My older brother tried a marijuana, and now he's my younger brother. All right. So if I do the big return to this guy, then I can use big hose. This is disgusting. Can I find a cleaner large hose? Yeah, I think I got, hold on, I think I got one. 500 followers for 20 bucks? No thanks, man. You know, you get into these channels and their chat's not moving, and then I look at my chat and I'm like, my chat isn't moving either, but I'm better. So it's so disheartening that Twitch won't crack down on these things. Oh well, it's fine. I don't need viewers. We're having fun. I got supporters, not viewers. They'll always be there for me. Okay, so I've got this hose that I bought for brewing stuff. I got brewing and water cooling going on around here, so there's a lot of sort of complementary sets of equipment that are for different sized overall projects, which leads to there being a little bit of overlap, but not much. But I can use this stuff. I can use these G quarter, 1/4 fittings on this, and then go straight from there to this guy until I can buy the right part. Yeah, this is a very collapsible. This is a different size entirely. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. This is like a much larger fitting. What are you doing in here with the other one? Oh my god. I gotta be careful of those. Look at the difference. Well, asymmetrical docking. All right, anyway. So now they've got the same size, both ends. And I can just go 1-to-1. We're just trying to get a test rolling today, right? You versus the guy she's not telling you to worry about. Ah, memes. Yes. All right. So we won't do it in a vertical configuration, although I could probably change over, put a right angle in this thing and make it a vertical configuration. Actually, it needs to be. We need to put it in a vertical configuration in order to run this. So there's that. These, I'm afraid, might leak, but there is a nice pressure bead going around that. So I think we can get away with this. The only problem that I would have is that this thing wants to drop the radiator immediately. Technically, we don't need the radiator to even be in here. I just want to have kind of a better representation of what's going to actually be around. You think that's going to leak? The pressures this little hose puts through they're not that much. If I need to, I'll grab zip ties. I don't have wire clamps. I just don't have them. So this one gets this. Good thing about G-quarter fittings is that you can just hand tighten them for little tests, and they'll keep the water out. Yeah, if I had wire to do, I could done. I used to have a wire clamping tool, but that thing was too powerful. It was too powerful. I had to destroy it. I didn't actually destroy it, but all right, get that thing down there. And I'll have to find fittings that all color match and all that stuff a little later on. But let's see. So that would be. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. This goes to the pump. So. Hold on. Wait. My brain hurts. What did I just do? I just did it wrong. Return to there. Send from here. This one is in the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it would be nice if I could do this with the large hose fitting, but that is the same size inlet and outlet. So, and then now we can use the smaller tube, or no, same size tube to go to this outlet where it'll distribute. Man, my brain hurts, chat. My brain hurts. I need to put a zip tie around this because that's definitely not going to seal. It barely press fits. So, actually, I have a zip tie sitting right here. I don't think I can make that work. Reusing zip ties. Great idea. Okay. How many of these do I actually have left? Oh, I got a bunch. Cool. So in case we start dribbling all over the desk like I normally do. It's a sign of age, right? It's okay to dribble a little bit. All right, so that's sealed. Maybe we got a regular little water cooling operation going on here. What's wrong with my brain? Whenever I'm streaming, I get the Star Citizen theme stuck in my head. The do-do-do-do-do. It's so stupid. Like, get out of my head, Chris Roberts. You don't own me. Not yet. All right. So this could be a 5-meter 1-tube test. Yeah, I know. There's a variety of stuff that gets lodged into my temple when I'm streaming. Well, we know the pump is going to be able to do... We know the pump's going to be able to achieve this. It's just when I unplug these things, it's going to send water absolutely in every direction. I used to have a pair of pliers that... Oh, wait, no, I still have those. I mean, I have hose crimping tools that I can use to unplug stuff in situ. I just got to find them. One sec. They're in the tool bin. I'm looking through my wooden tool bin. I've got a pair of pliers specifically designed for this. Very specifically designed for this. That's not it. That's a bunch of end mills. It's in the most annoying place, so I gotta move a bunch of stuff to get to it. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. 1 sec. Oh yeah, I just love it when stomach acid goes right up against my fucking vocal cords. Okay. So I'm looking around back here, and I basically just need to move all the stuff off of this desk, off of the little thing under the tool bin. It's kind of irresponsible for me to be putting things there, but sometimes you don't have anywhere for stuff to go. So you just got to deal with it. You just got to deal with it. Got to make it work. Do work. Make it work. Get this out of the way. What is that even doing over there? All right. And pull this thing out. There. Nope, that's not them. That's not them at all. Here they are. So this is a pair of pliers that is specifically designed to pinch a hose so that I have more than 2 hands when I'm doing stuff. Talk about specialized equipment here. But yeah, this thing will just hold on to stuff and just clamp it off. So if we do need to change the configuration, I can at least cut off, you know, all of the dribblage. And then the last thing for us to do is to actually get this thing mounted so that it doesn't all fall apart. Because I got to hold that reservoir upright while we screw around with it. So how am I going to do that? Well, I don't really want to transfer my 3D printed parts over to something, but that's the only mounting place that I have for it. I could put it on the edge of the desk. It wouldn't be facing the right way. Actually, this wouldn't work. That needs to be a right angle. That can't be a straight-on fitting. So if that's like that, that goes there. That probably is going to need a fitting on it, because look at how loose it is. Does that one need to be right angle? I think that does, yeah. I may need to put this back in the, yeah, I need to put it back in the configuration that it was before. So I'm going to swap out this part right here. All right, come on. There we go. Got to fight the rubber O-ring. I need to have that right angle thing here so that we have a little bit more room for the stuff to exist behind the board. And then we can reevaluate whether or not I can, you know, do it a little differently once I have the parts available. You know, I gotta order stuff because I don't just have all this stuff sitting around. These happen to be over spillover from other projects. So, and I can just go to Micro Center and get one of these. That's a beautiful part about Micro Centers. They have a whole water cooling section. All the stuff, all the cool stuff. So you can actually like kind of think about what you're gonna do before you place an order. Or buy emergency stuff like I am here. Yeah, it is just an absolute necessity. Is this really how I had it? I had it in a different way. I think this is not right. This is not right. Hold on. This is not right. You don't have it in Canada? Yeah. I've always lived near a Micro Center. When I moved to Virginia, I happened to live within like 10, 15-minute drive of one. I think it was like a 10-minute drive. But yeah, it was pretty cool to just be close to that store because, man alive, it would be... Wait, I didn't need to unscrew that. It would be... there's some situations where like I had Burn the Subs go down before a stream, and I was able to that morning. It like went down the night before. And I was like, ah, shit. The Raspberry Pi is totally broken. I can't SSH into it. I tried plugging a monitor in it, like, you know, it just wasn't working. So I was able to just pop out that morning, buy a Raspberry Pi 3B Plus, and drive home with it, you know, immediately to use. Now, I know there are probably a lot of local computer stores that you guys might be in proximity to that do the same thing. And those are definitely places to support. But whenever I go to Micro Center, I try to leave with something. If it's not for an immediate project, it will be for a future project. And it's like, I gotta support them. I gotta support them. They'll hurt me. They've threatened my family before. Frackberg, Prime sub because I haven't supported you in a while. Hey, I appreciate that. You put yourself out there supporting your favorite streamer. Your favorite streamer. Me. I'm the favorite streamer. Thank you. I don't know if I need like another angle on that, and then I can just like pack it up real nice and tight. Don't overdo it for the test. Unsub. You know what? I don't need you, shorty. I don't need any. No, I need everybody. I need everybody here. I was like, see, I can put the pump there, and then I have this thing. I don't know. These are just ideas floating around in my head. If Shorty leaves, I leave. Yeah, I know. I know. I would not be able to do it without Shorty. Certified. I don't know. It's just a test. Let's, I guess I do kind of need, I'm going to see if I can lower this mount all the way down to here so we can just stand this up. I could probably flip it around so we can get to everything. But, I mean, what we're doing right now, the whole purpose of what we're doing right now is, I don't know if this pump has the chops to get all the way out to the laser and back. So, that was a weird story, right? Put a pig heart in somebody? Some dude? Yeah, I got the heart of a pig. No, I'm not joking. The fuck was... Oh, that was the... All right, so I need to figure out what the height is. But I need this to hit against the bottom of the desk so that it holds up the radiator. Okay, what is that? The thing's still like walking down towards me. It's... No, don't go all the way... You son of a... Oh my God. All right. Okay. All right. This is a disaster. I should never have done this. Should never have come here. Why do you do... It moves in one direction and it's always the opposite of where I need it to move. No, the cider's long gone. What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what their plans are. They're still competitive with the internet. Robs, thank you for following. Please. It only moves in one direction. How is that even possible? Please? No? Okay. Poke it. Oh my God. Why does it only move in one direction? It's so weird. Maybe if I just let them gravity fall to the bottom there, I can get... That's like locked in place. All right. Just remove it. Who designed this crap? Useless. Look at that. It just slides out. Look, it's just that's the only direction that it goes in. What is that? Why is that? It's so weird. All right. That's fine. I'm a seasoned My Summer Car veteran. I know what it's like to struggle. Yeah, they're square-edged. I mean, what they're doing is they're tilting and locking. I don't understand why it happens in one direction and not the other. And the solution would be to lubricate the rails, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to involve oil in this transaction. But yeah, moving these up and down, the long ones are much more difficult than the short ones. The short ones are real easy. They just kind of move around. Short ones are super easy. Let's move this around here. The thing is, I'm battling the rails as I do this. All the rails are like in the way, which I semi-anticipated, but it's not like I completely set out with the rails in consideration. No, these don't twist. No, these are just square. The larger beam systems usually use those. This is not that. Yeah, right about there. So we'll just mount it there. Go. I moved my mouse onto something. Greg Galactic, thank you for following. We're doing a little water cooling here because we got a laser system for burn the subs. We designed solid parts in Fusion 360 based on stuff that I could find online and make myself. I made my own little reservoir 3D model. And then, oh my God, you pedantic fuck. Just, you're like the people on the internet who can't say magazine or clip. All right, but yeah, we designed all the solid parts in Fusion 360 and then put them all together in one big model, and then I made brackets to fill the difference and hold everything together. What we're doing right now is I can't really get further with the 3D model until I know what the system is actually going to look like, right? This is all for burn the subs. This is a wall-mounted laser etching system that plugs in to the Twitch API and gives me the names of people who have subscribed to my channel. That's the cool part about that, is that once I get those names, what I can do is I can process them to put them in an empty spot of the board and then turn it into what's called G-code, which is machine instructions. And so I send those machine instructions to a board that looks a lot like this, that moves the stepper motors around. But the thing is, in doing so, it's creating a little bit of heat inside of the driver. And when those drivers heat up too much, because we're running it at kind of like breakneck speeds, when those drivers heat up a little too much, they skip steps. They just stop working. And so in our, I'm not going to say wisdom, but in the past, we looked through that and we said, oh no. Oh, that was my insulin pump making noise. We said, oh no, it's not, it's going to overheat and it'll skip steps. How do we get around that? And I just went water cooling. Because I think recently there had been a post or something like that in like the memes channel or one of the channels of the Discord where people were water cooling Raspberry Pis. And so I'm like, well, take a look. It's like $6 for a Raspberry Pi water block. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to mess with that. So here we are. Now, Burn the Subs has come and gone. I've had 2 previous boards fill up. The third board, the one that is currently that board, Live Edge board, is going to fill up with names, and I think it's probably going to be sooner rather than later because we've got to get a list of names of people who have subbed in between Burn the Subs. That Live Edge board is huge though, so I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it. Maybe we'll burn everybody's name on there and then I'll sand it down and then we'll start over. I don't know. I just don't want a rush. I don't want to rush for being the first name on the board. So we're going to randomize that list of people in between boards, and we'll roll from there. It's an increasingly large list, and it's filling me with little bits of concern about filling up the board prematurely, because that thing I want to last for a couple years, because Burn the Subs 3 is going to be crazy. But so while I will address your concerns, sir, while you're water cooling motor drivers, you're buying Raspberry Pi sized water coolers, little water blocks, cute little water blocks, right? And so that achieves you water cooling through, see, the problem is this isn't going to hold this up. I'm going to hold this up. I could put like double-sided tape on it for now. But anyway, while you're water cooling your Raspberry Pi, it also, I mean, you're water cooling your motor drivers. You're finding these water blocks that are the size of Raspberry Pis. They're actually meant for water cooling a Raspberry Pi. And so while you're at it, you order one more. And then you've got a water-cooled Raspberry Pi. And then you've got an infinite amount of people on the internet asking you why you would take such actions. Did I leave? Yeah, I left the right angle header in there. And that's what I got to deal with on a daily around here. Why would you water cool your Raspberry Pi? I don't know. It's just fucking cool. It's, jeez. I'd do anything anymore. So yeah, anyway, that's the project. It's called Burn the Subs. Fuck. I'm using these nuts that are these bolts, screws that are not long enough. I mean, they work, but they're just like kind of annoying to deal with. So while I recognize the smartness of chat, I refuse to accept their whinging about my projects. All right. You know, the trend in engineering and what they try to generally train in engineering is that everything has a reason. Every single thing has a specific reason for existing. And that's not the case in art. Not the case in art. And so I like to get a little bit in between the two. See what kind of intermingling we can experience. I want to get this screw out and just do the other one instead of this one. I guess none of them are in, so. See if I can get that one to grip. Without having to completely and utterly position it. I mean, I could have made the bracket go all the way out to the end of the cutout in the acrylic, and then it would be it would be very easy to align, but I think we'll be okay. I think we're going to be okay on this. We probably should have done something to mount the radiator. We should have designed something to mount the radiator. I just didn't know what equipment I'm putting in where, you know? Hello? What is happening here? I gotta like lift it a little bit or something? It's just not, there's no grip. Please. Come on, man. You can do this. Damn it. All right, hold on. I gotta get my head in the way, sorry. Production quality is going down. It's going down faster and faster. Why can't I get that to stay in? What's going on here? It's just not aligning. Okay, the alignment is right there. I'm gonna do that without moving my hand at all. I'm gonna hit 60 and be like, why do I have arthritis? Like, well, it's just one of life's big mysteries, huh? And here I am at late 30 going, if only I could hold my hand in this position for an hour. That needs to like, why is that completely inflexible? There's probably a bolt order that I need to, think I'm done with work for today. Did you just play My Summer Car all day again? Because that's work. I don't know what else you're doing. Wow, that hole is like way off. I don't know. Maybe I need to, loosen this. Yeah, see how that jumped? I need to loosen this and move it down a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. There we go. There's that wiggle room that I need. We'll be doing MSC tomorrow. I can't get that game out of my head. There's stuff I need to do, and I need to win the rally. I need to win the rally, and I think I'll be able to, because I adjusted the shocks, and I got them to work over jumps. The back was too stiff, and so it would send the front wheels all over the place when I'd go over the jumps. I never thought to adjust it. So We'll probably have to do an oil change and everything too in Timo's parking lot again. But I also need to put a paint job on the Satsuma. I got sideswiped by Mr. Hitler, which is actually a Dude Sons reference. Or the Green Goblin, as he's also called. But yeah, he sideswiped the shit out of me and totally fucked up all the bodywork. And so the thing I love about My Summer Car is how accurate that game can be. How accurate to actually owning and knowing about cars. Because when you get bodywork done by Fleetari, he basically does the eBay special on the panels that he buys. The replacement panels are not color coordinated, and then the bodywork that he does is all covered in Bondo when he's done. So my car looked like the worst Harlequin VW in existence. Animal Jesus, giving a sub to Animal Groin. Man, we got some weird fucking names in this. Hey, thank you very much, Cannibal Jesus. I really appreciate the gift subs, man. They're racking up. You got 12 of them now. Yeah, appreciate those emotes for a month. Those come straight from Cannibal Jesus. Tell him I say hi. I gotta get this thing aligned. I don't know why it's not aligning anymore. And it might have to do with this thing needing to just scooch down just a little bit. Kids with the scooching. Kids, come on, scooch. Scooch closer. It's just, I don't know, that bottom fastener is just a struggle. It might be my dimensions are off by like a tiny bit, but it could also just be the way things are laid out. Yeah, it looks like I might need to adjust the center block a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, there it goes. Okay, there. Maybe I just had to commit a little bit more. I just had to press it in there. There you go. Okay, now that's mounted. Now see, I don't have anything to hold on to the reservoir, or sorry, the radiator, which is kind of a problem, but we can set up for a test just by putting it like this now. So now I've got the whole bracket in there. I've got everything represented, and I can, I guess, just like, you know, flip it around like that. I mean, the other thing I could do is put like a piece of maker beam here and maybe do a right angle bracket to it. This stuff is configurable like that. I would like to hold that down, you know, actually keep it in place. Yeah, let me see if I can get a right angle bracket on that, and we can just tie it over here, and then it'll be held up, and I don't really have to worry about that as much. And then we've got a nice little test platform that we can get to with. I think that's what today is all about, is just making sure that I've got everything on here properly, so that we can actually give this a proper go. And then my insulin pump starts yelling at me. What do you want? Yeah, see? Yeah, I'm fine. Ugh. I need more water, which is technically our reservoir water. Maybe I'll have to go get more water. This is filtered water from the refrigerator. Water. You ever hear somebody say they don't like the taste of water? It's weird. It's just weird. Okay, maker beam. Oh god, it's at the bottom of this giant stack of bins. Hold on. I gotta go grab my bins. Don't trust that person. I know. Now, there, you know, hey, different mineral composites from different mineral compositions from different townships and different townships and stuff. Ah, dear God. Okay, all right. Beams. I do not now have enough room. I should have put the extra table out for this project. I have a cast iron. Grandfather said this? I have a cast iron constitution, and I'm not about to rust it out with water. What the hell? Meanwhile, his body is like, please, 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 just drink some water. Please. All right, so what we're looking at is this radiator has been moving around in a way that fills me with dread. I just need a little support for it. And it could go just about anywhere. I mean, I could put it down here. And that way I can do... Well, the right angle bracket's not really going to reach it. I mean, I can't do it like that. Or I could just tape it to the top. I mean, I could try to move all this stuff up and then do it that way. Or I could just find a short enough piece of beam that I can actually make a little support. So if I go there with like a corner cube, or just screw this directly in, that'll take it to here. And I think one of those brackets that I've got, the ones that I don't even know where they came from, I don't know how I got these things, but they're not Maker Beam sized. I just keep using them with Maker Beam. I don't know, man. They're just like right angle brackets. They're just corner brackets that came from something. They're pretty useful to have around the shop, I'll tell you that much. It's kind of nice to have them, but at the same time, I'm a little worried because I don't know where they came from. He was a colorblind electrician. Oh my God. How do you... All right. So the gray wire goes to the more gray wire, not the less gray wire. Old man, what are you talking about? You got to get the right gray wire. Okay, what the... Huh? Hello? Ugh, there we go. Okay, geez, that thing fought. So you can go Maker Beam 90 degrees to Maker Beam. I generally don't like to do it because it actually scratches the anodization when you do this, but I'm doing it for this test. You guys can sue me if you think you have legal precedent. All right. What do we got in the bin? Okay, neither of those are even close to the right fastener. Let's select this out. Let's select this out. Let's get a pair of tweezers around here. I don't know where there's a pair. Where the fuck? I had them out earlier. There they are. They're all the way over here. Kids, put your toys away. Put your toys and tools away. Because if they are in a place where you can remember where they are, then you can find them again. You see how easy that logic is? I know it sounds a little complicated, but trust me on this one. Now, please tell me this goes through. Okay, good. That goes through there, which means I could potentially bolt it down right there. That means I need a fastener on this rail. All right, come back over here. You guys will go close in. It's hard for me to show you guys a lot of the stuff that I'm doing because I constantly need to move the camera around. And then when I do show you guys stuff properly and move the camera around, people go, "Bother, why don't you finish any projects?" And it's your fault. It's your fault. I blame you, chat. I don't love you anymore. And that's your fault. There you go. Meccano? I don't know. Never loved us. I did at one point. No? Okay. 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 All right. Okay. I'm not getting frustrated. You're getting frustrated. Ah! Get on this fucking rail. What are you doing? I just want another little mechanical support on this side of the radiator so it doesn't fucking fall and puke its guts out everywhere. It's not that much to ask, and chat won't let me have it because they don't let me have anything. And it's their fault and not mine because I'm the streamer. All right, there we go. All right, where did the bracket go that I had? It's right there. I'm the streamer. I could put two brackets on this, but I think one is making it a little crooked because the dimensions aren't exactly right. So I'm just gonna put one on there, and we're gonna hope that it holds everything properly. And I need to find where all the wrenches that I use to tighten things are. Jeez, this is like, you know, as usual. This is a very yak shaving filled process. My once somewhat cleaned off desk is now riddled with random detritus from what I've been working on. Welcome to development and design. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, this is off by a little bit, but I can correct that. Ah, damn it, I lost that. How close? Yeah, see, these brackets are like just out of dimensions. This needs to go a little further up. And then it's going to drop this fastener. All right, hold on. Move that. Hold on to that. Is this out of... It's a little out of focus, isn't it? I'll correct that in just a sec. That there. hold on to that. Arm focus like that. I'm using the Stream Deck to change focus points, which is what a lot of streamers should do, but not a lot of them are, I don't want to say dedicated or smart enough, but they're not dedicated or smart enough to set up their Stream Deck to actually alter focus on their webcams. And it shows. Now that'll just hold it. I need to put a screw through there so that it actually like mounts it. How far over can we get? See, it needs to, no, it actually right there is where it needs to be. So let me get a nut. Yeah, nobody on Twitch is smart but me. Nobody. Not a single one. They're like seasoned to PhDs that stream, by the way. Like, I looked at going back for my PhD. I wanted to do that. I wanted to be Doctor, my last name. Dr. Bother. Dr. Bother. I would have a game that would have pills that would drop down, and you have to match up the pills, and then it would be kind of like Tetris, but it would be called Dr. Bother. It'd be different shades of gray. It would be in black and white on like a little handheld, like game machine, like a game child is what I would call it, game child, and it would be Dr. Bother. But the GREs fucking suck. I hate the GREs, man. That wasn't math. You could not call that math. That is not math. It may look like math, it may smell like math, but you would be wrong in calling it math. That's not math. It was like dumb tricks that you didn't bother to need to learn in math, that you'll never use. As somebody who's done a lot of math, oh fuck. You don't have to take the GREs right now? Well, I mean, aside from that requirement, I would get fucking my ass blasted by fucking college course loads at this point. I'm an old man, my brain is no longer plastic. I don't learn new things, I just forget new things. It would be cool to go back, though. Nice, that'll work. Oh, you mean the bracket. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about my plastic brain. Yeah, that'll work. His brain sucks. Oh, man. All right, so that should hold on to it somewhat. It's like drooping down over here where it shouldn't be. Yeah, the whole thing should be... All right, well, it's a little crooked, but that'll be okay, because now I can actually move this around, because we need to have it, like, mobile on the desk so it doesn't puke its guts out all over the place. Heard the GREs aren't that bad unless you take specialized one, but it seems most engineers' degrees only want the general. Yeah, mine wanted the general too, but I'm too stupid. Maybe that's what I'm getting at, huh? Stop encouraging me to go take a test that's going to tell me what I already know. That I'm dumb. That I'm dumb and I can't fucking do math. I do every other part that would require me to get a PhD, like get deep into a subject and uncover forbidden, unknown knowledge within a very tight subject matter. I can do that, but I can't do math. Can't do addition. I'm terrible, terribly stupid. It's weird that I've gotten this far in life. Anyway. Fucking hate it. Anyway. Let's get all this stuff out of the way. So this is the part where I clean up ahead of us actually testing something. Because I need this desk space now, because we need to know where and when things are leaking, when they're puking their guts. It'll prove what you suspect. Hold on to the doubt. I'm gonna be full of myself. That's doctor to you. One thing I like about streaming is that I can be loud. I can't be as loud as I want to be, but I am fairly loud when I'm streaming. Yeah, listen, there was, when we were playing Mango, I don't know how many of you guys were around. We were playing weird games when I came back from vacation, because I didn't want to immediately go back into what we're doing right now. We played a game called Mango, and actually, supposedly, the developer was in chat, which is always cool on these little games, these weird little games that you can find. And so I can't wait for other streamers that I know of. I'm not going to say no, because if I talk to them, they'll be like, who the fuck are you? But anyway, these other streamers that I know of, I would love for them to play that game one day. I'm sure it's in their repertoire somewhere, but it was a very, very weird game, and it had one of these math problems where my age is this person's age plus 4. My age is I'm 2 days older than this and younger than. So it had this multivariable calculus problem in it. And I know, hold on, I'm gonna take a sip. Man, I just started I didn't stop. I just started hiccuping while talking. Yeah, it had this multivariable problem in it, and I wrote it out, and I'm like, God damn it, because we could have solved that using linear algebra in 5 seconds. We could have solved that using linear algebra, but I forgot all of my linear algebra. In linear algebra, you have matrices and identity matrices and stuff like that, and you can set up a series of equations that are all interrelated with variables in respect to a bank of variables, and then solve that whole thing as one big variable equation and get your answer super easy. And you can swap rows. You can do all these weird things in linear algebra that are just like totally kosher and easy to do. So if I'd remembered what any of my linear algebra was, we could have probably solved that problem in 5 seconds. Ah, man, the flex that I could have had, that would have been a really good clip, is if I saw that problem, wrote down all the stuff, and solved it within the clip length, the maximum clip length of Twitch. Oh, that would have made me like a fucking genius. That would have been cool. But yeah, it looked like you could probably solve all that. And the dev was saying that he actually put part of the answer in a different part of it. You could go about the problem a different way because people always complained. I could have taken out my TI-92 and programmed that into there. I have a feeling that I didn't actually learn linear algebra. Let's be honest. I think I actually learned how to use my TI-90 whatever to program linear algebra, and I think that's what I got away with mostly. I think that's how I passed most of my college career. And that's why I'm a Twitch streamer. The lowest of the low. He never learned anything properly, so now he streams on Twitch. All right, let's move this out this way. Maybe I can get away with this. Put that out there. This is tough. I mean, I could pull that in like that, or like anywhere, or I could put a longer tube on it too. Let's put that on there. Oh, I have plenty of listexia. It turns out, my highly medicated ADHD could possibly have given me untimed exams, but I got through my whole academic career with timed exams. How about that? How's that strike you? Isn't that fun? Fun. I mean, yeah, I could put the pump all the way out here. We just torture the ever-living crap out of this thing. And we're probably going to puke water all over the desk, which makes me kind of want to move these electronics. Makes me kind of want to move the electronics. Kind of, sort of just want to move the electronics away. Kind of, just a little bit. Just move these up here. You can hold it over your heads. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. I'm just gonna use it to pass academically. Maybe I can get a PhD off of sympathy. All right. Didn't figure out how to do exams until grad school. I actually had to, in order to pass linear algebra, I had to take a lot of tutoring, like a lot of tutoring. I had to really just like, I had to sever myself from my friends group and hunker down and actually learn how to learn math. And once I did, I excelled at it. I did very well at it. Also, it helped that my professor was just completely burnt out. I think he was on some kind of crazy medication, and he was a completely burnt out control systems engineer. I think Lockheed Martin screwed him out of something. And just like, yeah, he was just a burnout. So his class was easy, but it was fun, and it taught me a lot of the cool stuff that you could do with control systems. We haven't had to design any control systems, really. Rob Oz has done... Listen, guys. Guys, listen. Guys. Listen. Rob Oz, the Swedish gaming streamer who makes videos about cannibalism and Fallout and all kinds of other weird shit, has done more control systems engineering in his professional life than I have. The control systems engineer. What is the game? What is the game where you build the boats? From the Depths. In From the Depths, Rob Oz has control system tuned the ship not to flip over using propellers, which is more PID, proportional integral derivative tuning, than I've encountered streaming robotics projects. And I say robotics projects, this is kind of like the bread and butter robotics projects. There have been others, but mostly, you know, little electronics and robotics. But like, I haven't done that much PID tuning. I did a little bit. I did a little Cayman filtering when I built a controller, but that was just installing like a plugin that just did it. It's like he's actually done more college level math than I have. I was smarter than he looks. Doubt. Cool stuff. Subscribing. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you tossing me a sub ahead of time. I'll wait for it to actually come through because I don't know. Some people like to get attention. They'll like do the /me and then like has subscribed. So we got here is 5 meters of silicon rubber tubing. The reason I choose silicon rubber is that it's very, very flexible. So cool stuff. Subscribing to that guy named Ravaz. Hey, you know. J Horror, thank you for following. Forgot the /me. Yeah. Yeah, that's how we do the end commands and stuff, which hopefully are set. I think OctoJ has fallen off of the face of the earth. No, I know where he is. He's just out for a bit. Okay, so notice how I am stalling. My question is, here, we'll go to this camera. My question is, there it is, Marius RH. Thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Here's the deal. So this control panel, and it doesn't look much like a control panel right now, but I am currently 3D printing. Oh God, it's a mess over here. My whole shop is just like a bombed out. I mean, FK Productions can attest to how fucking sloppy it is around here. Anyway, over here, I am 3D printing the back plate for the control panel. Did this thing shift? Hold on. Did it shift? It shifted. It shifted. It shifted on the same layer. Son of a bitch. That's a 14-hour print that keeps failing. I gotta jog my printer through the steps of going to that height, because somewhere in that height it loses its ability to move the X. So I think I need to set up an automated test just to move my printer through the motions so I can replicate the problem. Yeah, I just canceled the print. It should lift the axis once it runs out of instructions. See, there it goes. That's something that I built into the printer. It lifts that axis so that it doesn't create a big ball of filament where it stops. But now what's going to happen is I'm going to let that cool off, and that big plate will just pop off. So I'll probably do a couple other like little tweaks and tunes to the design of that back plate before I print it again now, because it's a 14-hour print. Anyway, what we're talking about right now, what we're setting up for this test is that I have this tiny little tiny, not microfluidics size. Microfluidics are even smaller, but this is a very small tube. A very small tube, and I can create either a clip that'll hold the two pieces of tube to the side of the drag chains, or I could try to fish these in with all of the other stuff. I could cover it in cloth so it actually slips around. I could buy some paracord and probably fit 2 of these tubes in a little piece of paracord and then have that slide all the way around. So that's got to go from the control panel right about here down. Let's try to actually get a sense of the length that I need to cover here with this tube. It's going to have a very tough time pumping water this distance. So we've got to come down here. We got to go out. How much can you guys see? Enough. We're going to go all the way out and around. And And then back over to here. And then we got to go up and over. Maybe a little bit of excess. And then we got to come out here, and this is going to have to be a larger drag chain, by the way, because this one is not going, it's too small, or it'll have clips on the side. I can't decide. And then it's got to go all the way to there. So that is half. No, it's like 75% of the 5 meters. Let's find out. Let's go over to the other camera. I don't think it's half. I think it's more. Damn it! Okay, all the garbage in this shop is starting to really get on my nerves. I've really got to do like a good cleanup of everything. So the one on the left is shorter? It is. It's just a little shorter. Yeah, the drag chain is such that it will not kink the tube. It won't allow it. Oh God, which end was which? And it's already picked up a bunch of dirt from the ground. Perfect. I think the shorter end was the one that goes to... Well, either way, I need 2 lengths. So I'll just cut these both in the same spot. Because, wait a minute. Yeah, I need to cut both hoses in the same spot to make that length. Or I could cut this one into ribbons. All right, I got to do it again. God damn it. This camera. I got to measure it again because I don't know exactly which one is which. And if it's the shorter one, if it's the shorter length, then we're in luck. Because that means I have both of my tube lengths here. It was the longer one. Okay, never mind. So yeah, I got to cut both of them. I need the longer length out of both of them. Yeah, that Keurig hose. So if I got into medical tubes, that's where I'd find all the good stuff, like the ones that have special, like, you know, ribbed tubes so they don't collapse and stuff like that. But we're not getting into medical tubes. All right, this is one length right here. This is the distance this thing has to go, and maybe it does need to be a bit oversized. I don't really have space for a larger fitting, and nor is there support for the manifolds and stuff that I need, unless I get into medical stuff. If I get into medical stuff, I'm probably going to be paying medical prices. That's the only thing. All kind of tube. Is that a website? If it's a relevant website, you guys are allowed to link it. I just don't, you know, and there's a gray zone of relevance on this channel, but you guys have been very polite about links, and I appreciate that. Except for the bots. They're the ones that aren't. Those poor bots. Won't anybody think of the bots? Yeah, I think poorly of the bots. That's what I think of the bots. Oh, it's just something you made up. All right, it was just a joke. It was just a joke. Just a prank, bro. God, silicone tube in a place like this. You need to like wash it when you're done measuring it and stuff, because if it touches the floor, most of the stuff on the floor is coming up with it. I want to puke right now. I want to throw up. It's disgusting. Disgusting. Luckily, this tube wasn't too expensive. I mean, I think this was like 20 bucks, 10, 20 bucks worth of tube. That's a lot of silicone rubber. But you got to find, this is from Amazon, you got to find the listing where they list it out at 5 meters. Because the other listing, the one that I was looking at, said it was, what was it? It said that it was by meter, but then in a little asterisk it said it's 1 meter at a time. No, these are the 5 meter ones. 5 meter. 10 meter is crazy, but I mean it would be worth it. Atom, thank you so much. The sub is now a newborn. Oh, it's 9 months. I gotta get this thing out of me. Give me the medical thing. The medical bed that Ripley used in Aliens 12. Or no, that wasn't Ripley at all. It was some other lady with an alien in her. Anyway, all right, let's get this out of the way. And then we got, well, I have these, but these are just going to be like for bulkhead fittings. These are just male to male. So we're actually going to put the other distribution manifold there at the laser. That's going to be the cool part, is that we're putting this little distribution manifold there. I don't think I have enough blockers in order to run this right now, but it would be nice to get it all the way out to here. Now, I don't have anything that can check flow rates except for the little spinny doodle on this, but we should get flow all the way out to the end. Let me just get some blocking plates from the old water cooling stuff that I have. Now, burn the subs 3. I was thinking about those beans, because I have this. This is like a lake compared to what we're putting in the other reservoir. Why did it include suction cups? What? I'll need 2 of these, I guess. 2 of these with a flow meter would be nice, but thinking about those beans. Oh God, that picture of the guy who water cooled his setup with beans. I'm sure you are thinking about those beans, you psycho. All right, so let's try to get this working with the massive amount of tube that I probably shouldn't coil. Let's just unfurl it, because this is what's going to happen. This happens to my microphone cable every fucking day. All right, let's get this uncoiled, and I'll get 2 connections on the end of this. And then I need 1 more blocker, but I don't have it. I just need 1? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you serious about this? I mean, we could do the short distance bypasses. Those would not be, I mean, they would have a little bit of length to them, but I mean, the length would be at most like the height of this thing. Or I could, why do I not have enough of the blockers? Let me check to see if I've got 1 more. That's all I need. All I need is 1 more. I think they gave me, how many? 1, 2, how many is that? That's 4, 8, 9, 10. Was it a pack of 10? Why is it a pack of 10 and not a pack of 12? Okay, let me just check. I need 1 more, because it's 5, 10, 15, and then I'm only using 2. 13. Wait a minute, that doesn't add up. That doesn't make any sense. I told you guys I was bad at math. Not that I'm bad at math, I'm just bad at learning math. Nope, nothing. All right. I'm bad at retaining information. There we go. That's what it is. Dun 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 da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. Da da. Done. Good enough. Why are you getting into my code for the DOS software? Why is there dedicated delay 1 using timer 1 instead of using an internal delay running on timer 0? The internal delay uses the wrong timer. I'm using that timer for something else. And delay is kind of bad to have in your code, because your code can't do anything else during delay. But I think I built my own delay because it was actually relying on the the stock delay that's being used in the MIT Arduino ATtiny85 core. Remember, I'm using the MIT Arduino ATtiny85 core. That's important. Because of that, I think its built-in timer uses the timer 0 that I'm actually utilizing at the time. But again, I'm not read up on the code right now, so all right, let's get this out of the way. That's distracting. Let's get this out of the way. I need this to be available in case I want to close the reservoir and get Bubbles out. Bubbles makes his way into all kinds of stuff, and he's not really allowed there. My tube scruncher. My tube gruncher. Wrong core. Yeah, I mean, there's different cores. They operate differently, but I'm using, I believe, MIT to do what I want to do. I'm not using DigiSpark. I don't think I'll ever be using DigiSpark again, although that was fun. DigiSpark has its own weirdnesses that I don't really want to learn, frankly. All right, so we've got our what can potentially be in the future. And I want you guys to excuse any presence of hair on any of this stuff, because I mean, I am not exactly a hairless individual. Beard hair, I can collect a lot of beard hair just by doing this. I didn't get any this time. But this silicone tubing is so sticky to dust and particles and stuff that it'll just pick up whatever it wants. I'll probably have to put a shroud around it just to make sure that it's not disgusting when I'm using it, and I'll probably have to give it all a bath in the sink with some soap before I actually put everything together the final time. That's the thing about developing stuff, is you're moving stuff around and things are all over the place, and you know, just everything gets dirty. Your finger grease gets all over everything. My mitts. The finger grease gets all over everything. So everything is going to get like a soapy bath before I actually use this stuff. I just need to figure out where everything's going so that I can design around it. So anyway, you guys have been warned about how disgusting this is going to get. Oh, look at that. It just popped out both of the things. Oh my God. Is this going to be what we're in for today? Yes. So my question is, can this pump actually move the liquid all the way out and get it all the way to here, possibly at a height? That's the question that we want to solve today. So let's get to it. Let's get some water in here, and I'm going to get water all over the desk. I need more room. I need more space. Probably need to just stack these up. Big stack to fall over when I panic, try to dry off the desk with a paper towel. Okay. This thing is just constantly in my way. Hide it over there. Move the drill. The drill is just holding up some of the tube. The misc parts bin can get put away. I probably should just like staple this stuff down somehow. How? Ah! It's all over the place. I almost unplugged my mic again. Keep doing that. All right, let's go over here. The laser is actually one of the more heat-producing members of the entire ensemble. It does actually get quite warm during operation, and the longevity of the laser is reliant on it not overheating. So laser diodes can be fairly sensitive to stuff like that. So actually water cooling the laser, if I can manage to put it into this case, would be very nice. I mean, the alternative is, I don't know, maybe I can make something that goes around the case and then I can seal that and put fittings on it. I would rather use this because it was only $6. If I could just run an end mill through it and get it all functioning. All right, so first is our initial leak down, which means I just need to put water into this thing. And for that, I like to use the big horse needle that I have. To do heroin. What? Nah, this giant horse needle is sitting on the wall. I unplugged my mic because there's the hallway leading over to the parts on the other side of the room are ridiculous. Using the laser to cool water. What? This is an infuser that my brother got from my father, and it's full of silicone fittings and stuff like that. You know, we're never going to use it. I'm not going to start injecting meat with marinade. You just put it in a bag overnight. What the hell? So I'm going to use this to collect water and put it into the reservoir. Bridge, you gotta calm down. You gotta calm down. There's no need for that kind of language in here. All right, old 3D print can go in the trash. Just making a little bit of room so that I don't get completely destroyed when this thing leaks inevitably. And then this sitting here like this is completely disorganized. No, he's always going for that. Well, yeah, I'm not getting into I'm not getting into atomic resonances, thank you very much. Yeah, they use light to resonate atoms and get them to stop, basically. It's like if the playground toy is going like this, you hit it at just the right time and it'll slow it down. Like a balloon, and then something bad happens. We're looking for puddles of water. We're seeing things that we recognize. I see water getting all the way out to here. That's a good sign. Ugh, jeez, this thing is not easy to operate. Nor should it be. Now the radiator is going to be holding a lot of air. It always holds air and it always holds water. Radiators are so annoying. But in the configuration that it's in right now, all the return water is going into here and then filling up the radiator, hopefully pushing air with it. When you pump a crystal to make a laser, it can be seen as a negative temperature. Really? Because it's using energy to create light? All right. Okay. So I see water sneaking its way through as the air comes out of the system. So the design of the system is pretty good, actually. We got a pretty decent design to the system here. It is favoring air to go in the direction that gets it back into the reservoir being the highest point of the entire system right now. All these tubes are kept below. That may not be the case of the final system, to be honest. The laser might be the highest point in the system. And if I lower the laser down, I guess then it has to go up and around and back. So I don't know what that's going to lead to. Maybe I'm going to need to be able to bleed it off. Now, if I had done the drag chains on the top of the board, that could work. Because then I'd have breakpoints where I could kind of outgas the little bits of air that would be stuck inside. But that's like stuff you'd do if you had like an engineering team building your thing instead of just some guy. I'm not very easily going to be able to unplug this when everything goes wrong. This is not very easy to unplug, but oh well, here we go. There's the pump. We can see bubbles racing around. We're going to wait for this thing to prime a little bit more because, oh, I can hear it struggling. Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle bus right now. Stuff is coming out, though. I'm getting bubbles coming out over here. Here. Bubbles. Oh, no. You guys missed it. Try to get this so you guys can see the layout, but it's tough. There you go. So this pump is not powerful enough at all. There is flow, but it's not even enough to get the pinwheel to move. Unless there's stuff stuck on the pinwheel. Sometimes air gets kind of trapped in there. Yeah, no, that's not enough movement. Let me get a little bit more water in there, but I can hear it struggling. There is flow, but it's not enough. Get a little bit more water in here. It's starting to get too low. This is what I suspected, and this is why I have another pump on order right now. Should be getting here soon. We got a little bit of moisture out here, which is actually kind of good. That means that we're actually getting water all the way out to this point. But if I hold this high enough, I have a feeling it's not really going to flow all that much. Now, there's still a lot of bubbles in the system. Hold on. If I can get this... Oh, we're leaking out here, too. Yeah, these reservoirs are a little leaky. So the way that I'm going to get around the little leakiness of the distributors here, first of all, tighten the fittings. But second of all, I will cut a little length of tube and make a washer that goes around that. So I just cut an extra length of tube and then I put it back onto that tube and it'll make a little compression fitting. But yeah, it's not a big puddle right now, so we'll just live with it. Let me just see if I can get more air out of this. There we go. See, all that air wants to go all the way this way and then all the way that way. And I should be seeing more bubbles coming up. Yep, there they are. There they are, trying to just fill the reservoir so that I don't get any compression in there. I'm probably not going to completely fill the reservoir, but Any more bubbles? Bubbles? See no bubbles? Don't see no bubbles. I see flow, but the pinwheel's not moving. This thing should be spinning. That's what it was doing before. Stepper drivers, what are you talking about? On the laser control board? There's no steppers in this, if that's what you're talking about. In the board, I'm using TMC, I think 8806 is the number that comes to mind, but I don't think that's correct. Which one of y'all is leaking? All of them. All of them are leaking. Yeah, these need a little O-ring around. So the way that I do small tube O-rings is just to cut the end and then fit it back over, and that'll give it a little pinch. That'll give it enough of a little pinch that it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So we're definitely not seeing a lot of flow rate out here. I mean, look there. You can see the bubbles running through the massive amounts of pipe. You know what? It does appear to be flowing pretty well, though, to be honest. That is a bit of a fluid exchange. I don't know if you guys can really make those out properly, but I'll do that on the racetrack here. I'll try to focus in and see if I can release a couple more bubbles for you. Yeah, here comes one. All right, so leading all the way out there, you can see kind of the bubbles flowing through. That's on its own pump. So if I ran its own pump, then that could do that. You can actually see this is, hey, it's pretty cool, right? I can add some heat to the system. It is below room temperature. But yeah, it is leaking like a sieve right now. It's not too bad, but yeah, there's a bit of an issue here. There's a lot of air stored in here, and so I can release bubbles into the system. We can see it. I'm not adding food color. No. God, what do you... No. This dries up. Food coloring? No, thank you. I don't have a basin to empty this stuff into. After stream, I'll just have to break it down. Or I can leave it up all Friday or Saturday. I'm a little concerned about the pinwheel not moving, and that might just be because it's either there's a big bubble in there that's sticking it, or it might be something else. I don't know. Hold on. There is a big bubble in it. Okay, that spilled water all over everything, but that's all right. That's all right. That's what we signed up for today. There's puddles under everything. Yeah, it's definitely not water cooling pressures out of this thing, and I would like there to be more pressure. I would definitely like there to be more water pressure. So I got another pump on the way, and we'll have to take a look at that. Because I guess we could still use the distribution manifold. Because if I plug in the alternate setups on this, the alternate tubes on this, I'll bet you we'll get a lot more flow through this thing. Like if I have a little bypass like this, I'll see if I can do that without getting water absolutely everywhere. Well, the way to do that, first of all, would be to stop the pump. But we're too cheap to stop the pump, so we'll just pinch the pump. I'll just pinch there, pull you guys out for the disaster, and then pinch the pump. That's going to be at a weird... Okay, do that. Unplug that. That's going to start leaking. Plug that in there. Unplug this. This new tube is very leaky, isn't it? That's going to start puking water. Got that back on. Yeah, this new tube is a much thinner sidewall. That's no good. So now there's a little bit of flow. So most of the water is probably going through that bypass. Let me get another couple of those on there, I guess. And we'll keep rolling with that and see what happens. I got ones that fit. I think this is from the Keurig. I think that was a Keurig tube. That's a much better tube. Not as flexible, but it's a better tube. I have a lot of kind of similar length tubes that I could possibly use. Actually, I think the additional radius of that one will make up for those. What does that mean for the main run? Let me inject a bubble into this thing. Well, it definitely likes to leak. Any bubbles? Bubblies? Hello? Rubbly bubbles? Seems like I'm unable to send bubbles down the line. Try this one. They're both running in the opposite direction because they just want to drain the whole system. I'm trying to like barely unplug this and like inject a bubble in here, but it's not really letting me. If I go above the line, nope, 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 nope. That's a nope. Well, now I'm a victim of my own ability to fill a reservoir because I can't get a bubble in there. I shake it up a little bit. That or it's unable to push a bubble, which could possibly also be the case. If I cut this off, shake this a little bit, we get a bubble going? No. This is sad. This is sad. I need more pressure. This is just sad. It's just sad. It's just sad. Please, please, more pressure, sir. The pinwheel will not turn even. Whoa. What happened there? Oh, that was just a splash. Ugh, I got water leaking on my pants. Right on my crotch. All right, let me get a paper towel to clean this off. Get a paper towel to clean this off. So my suspicion was correct. I mean, the not doing everything in series and the size of the tube, like, it's tough to get water through this. Now, it's still flowing. So in terms of, like, ability to actually cool a laser setup, this could work. As long as there's new water coming in, that's actually good. You know, I can actually cool most of the project with that flow rate. But I would like enough flow so that pinwheel is spinning, because that pinwheel is part of using that reservoir. It makes a little waterfall cascade on the front, and then it also has that pinwheel spinning. So if I use a larger pump with this, we can get these little reservoir blocks running. And I mean, the project to get a laser inside of this is going to be kind of difficult, but it will be doable. I can possibly just silicon seal the laser tube inside of here. Hopefully we'll have enough room on the outside that water will, you know, shuffle its way around. Push comes to shove, I guess I can figure out how to put, I don't know. I attach this directly to the block that's then attached to the laser. I think that's too convoluted. I think I need to put the laser inside of this with water flowing around the outer case, because this is the part that gets hot right here. So if I have this and I have it screw into something, so at least a little bit of ability to break it apart and work on it again. But if I can fit this tube into here, and I can seal it on both ends, I can have a focusable laser optic on that side and then mount this to the end to burn the subs. That's kind of tough, but it'll be fun. Yeah, I mean, I have a tray. I have a dog tray for dog bowls that I could have used to put down below this, but what happened? What happened? I got a couple drops of water on the floor. That's not that big of a deal, chat. That's not that big of a deal. We're fine. We just got a little water all over the place. Although the level in here is going down at kind of an alarming rate. I don't think that much water has come out of there. I'll fill it up again for one last fill until I slip on the water. There's not that much water around. It's like drops. It's like drops of water. There's a little bit of a fill. Yeah, so it's not really dropping that much pressure, huh? Into the lines. It's just not there. Yeah, and bubbles keep getting into the pinwheel, so. All right, well, anyway, that was the test. We got some of our 3D printed parts vetted out. They're holding up the reservoir quite nicely. I still need the remainder of the parts, and then I need to devise some way. Hold on, my arm is like adjusting itself. Yeah, look at that. It's slowly falling. Slow, creepy pan. Here we go. Commodore, do that in the Discord, because I'm wrapping up right now. Like, come on, man. Slow, creepy pan of my loosening microphone arm. We got the 3D prints for the bracket that we created. Those are a 4-hour print each. It took me 20 hours to get that right. I've got the sort of plan. I got a plan of the back plate here. That is okay. That fits in. Not as pressure fit as I would like it to, but once I get that done, I can use a magnet. I can just go magnet to magnet and have this thing pop into place, right? Because we got a little room in the, not in that corner. I don't know what's there. We got a little room like over here, and I could put just like one little magnet, just go click, and that'll hold this in. And so that'll be the back plate for this box. It'll have a fan up here. I'll have some tubes coming in, and I'll have some wires going in and out, probably over here. I'll probably have to make an opening for that, unless I don't really want to use the bottom grating, because that's where air is supposed to come in. I don't want it to be completely closed off. But yeah, that's the control panel. I got a lot of 3D printing to do on that in the next, until Tuesday. And then, oh boy, from there, I mean, we've got the power supply that sits at the bottom of all of this. And then that'll get a cover over it that'll have the start and the stop button on it. I want that to be mounted sturdily. So I need to figure out the length of these beams and then order some more. I need to get these length of beams. So yeah, all right. So we've got our water cooling system, the beginnings of it. It's a little leaky. I need to do the thing where you cut off the end of the hose, you fit it to the hose, and then that creates a nice little pressure fit over the nipple. What else? I need to figure out a larger pump. This is not enough pump for the whole thing. Thinking about those beams. There you go. God damn it. That's why you can't have nice things, chat. So yeah, I got a little bit of work to do over the weekend. This isn't even tightened. Forgot about it. Yeah, I think we're in good shape. We got a lot of work to do. Larger pump. That's going to be the next thing that I test. You guys might be there for that. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to be playing games because I need to not work myself into an early grave. So I'm going to be playing games, and then on Tuesday, we're going to get back to wherever I've left off with all 7 of the facets of this project that are going on at once. And hopefully we can get that pinwheel spinning. We can get cool water all the way out to the laser and to the Raspberry Pi that we're not overclocking in any way, shape, or form, and to the motor drivers that we're also not really stressing out all that much. And that'll do. That'll do. Why? It's because we can. Because we can, and playing with water is fun. So yeah, I mean, hard pressed, there is a little bit of flow rate out to this. So if I had this set up with the laser in it and the laser was going balls out, it would still, I mean, there's enough water in this tank that the laser would take a significant amount of time to even warm it up. But with the whole system with cool water running through it, even at the slow rate that we're seeing here, it would still cool off. It would still cool off. So pretty good stuff. All right, we'll get to that later. For now, I'm done. I'm done. I was done from the beginning. Now I'm even more done. I don't really know what's going on around Twitch right now. I've been having too much fun with my head down working on this thing. We got anything interesting here? Maybe Robert isn't doing a surprise stream. Sir Lars doing God of War. We got editing streams. Davies is doing My Summer Car. I'm not going to raid you into Davies because I'm doing My Summer Car tomorrow. So I got to plug the whole wheel in. It's just sitting right there. What is the water levels? It's going. It's actually at the same level right now. It is leaking though. But yeah, there's a simple trick to get over that. All right. Man, I look tired today. I'm not that tired. I'm not as tired as I look. Short, yeah, he's not doing a short Friday 14-hour stream. Yeah, he'll do that. It's because he really enjoys the games that he's playing. But yeah, we'll do My Summer Car tomorrow. And I will see you guys then. Until then, take care, etc., etc. Here's the end card. Doot. I dooted it. There we go. 19 hours, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds. I'll see you guys then, all right? Have a good one.